next question and move on to Asha. Hold on, everything just, what's going on here? Just froze. See, everything was fine and it just froze. Like the Gmail just white there. White power.
Maybe you can make me host again.
Okay, well, that's, let me stop share. I'll make you host. And give me your next question. Okay, go ahead.
So what are people missing? Will you connect the dots on how your claim has taken effect commercially for those who lack overstanding of liens, UCC, commerce in general?
Okay, I answered that because I brought up William. What I did not share for everybody to see, please give me back the screen share so I can show the claim. Straight, I'll show it straight from Kentucky.
1 second.
Oh,
You have it?
yes, I have control.
Yes, yes.
Okay, so that is that. And let me see here. That's this one. All right, so now we go back here, and here is the statement of claim. This is straight off the Commonwealth of Kentucky website. So I'm going to click here. So the statement of claim was 5/25/2012. The lien was filed July 29th, 2010. So 7/29/2010 was when the lien on Elizabeth II was filed. Then 5/25 was when the statement of claim was done, which you all can see now. So I'll put that in the chat for everybody. After I did this, this is in relation to your second question, Sa. That's when they stopped everybody on the planet from filing a statement of claim, which is called a UCC-5.
Mm-hmm.
And so if you, now you can do a UCC-5, but what they will say, they'll call it statement of correction.
Mm-hmm.
But it's not a statement of correction. There's nothing to correct. That was to trick me into see maybe he might try and flip it back to take the lien off of Elizabeth. Said no chance, no way.
So you're the last person to ever file a UCC-5.
Yes, because you have to go further than just the UCC lien. You got to go to a UCC-5 when you start getting into claims that goes back now into common law, which would bring in the Magna Carta of 1215. Mm-hmm. So in the interim, the liens are good enough; they stand on their own. But now when I went to claim, this is higher level. So that's why you see here, for those people who are wondering, that's why it says non-sitter, non-negotiable. Hold on, let me just get my pointer again. Non-sitter at the top here, non-negotiable. Mm-hmm. And so somebody wants to know, well, what does this mean? No judge can hear this, and it can't be negotiated. Whatever I said, I want, this is what it is. I want it all. And in case people are wondering, well, what do you mean? I'll just show the part here, as you can see here, and because her representative at the bottom, you can see it here, so the representative refused to, I was communicating with all the Queen's counsels that were regarding that matter, and they refused to respond to me. So I said, if you don't respond to this, I'm going to sign her name under UCC 3-415. So you better say something. So between Andrew and the agents in Edmonton, among other things, that's what caused that to happen. And I wrote her and said, if you're not going to do anything about this, I'm going to send my ancestors from the ether realm to pay her a direct visit. The letter is up there on the internet. People see the letter I wrote to Elizabeth, and what happened? She didn't respond to it. Here we are. Now she's resigning after 60-something years of. That's a long time to commit a fraud.
Yes. She enjoyed to end it now, and one picture out everybody will see.
Yes.
A little bit.
Okay, so let's go to your, okay, so that's done. So I'll stop share. You go back and you show your next question.
What will happen to the IMF and world banking as it is? What form of currency do you propose?
Okay, with the IMF, the international, which is the International Monetary Fund, for those that don't know, and world banking as it is, all commerce on the planet has to stop. Let me repeat that again, so people comprehend what I'm saying. Elizabeth is a fraud, yes?
Yes.
What happened with Andrew when it was found out he was associated with, what's his name, Epstein, and then he tried to deny it. The girl flew all the way from Florida to the UK, got interviewed by the BBC, and now what happens? All the charities who were dependent upon getting donations from Andrew, right? They call him Prince. They distanced themselves immediately. There was no negotiating this. There was no, we'll give the Prince, he's Prince. To me, that is a confession. Why didn't they say, well, let this go to court and get evidence first? So that means there's people in those organizations, somebody had to do some sexual ritual probably to get money from them. So when the girl came out, it struck a nerve. Yes, I had to, have sex with this sweaty young man who cut dots just so we could get 50 quid or 500,000 pounds for our organization to keep mothers off the street. And they were sick, but that's what they had to do. Now they see that mirror reflection of, yes, I know what she had to do. I had to do the same thing. They're like, no, we had to cut ties. 200 charities in the United Kingdom cut ties immediately, and it ain't gone to court yet. So that means the people, for lack of a better word, the flesh and blood can sense, no, he ain't right. So that means he's not right. That means Elizabeth ain't right. Charles is running it because he wants to be king, and he's like, hold on a second. This affects all of us, because remember, Andrew is Elizabeth's favorite. So she saw he could do no wrong, and Fergie admitted that when she got caught trying to sell access to him for 40,000 pounds in a hotel in the UK. And she said, no, I can't get back to Andrew, can't touch Andrew. Andrew's whiter than white, he's whiter than white. No, we just proved he's blacker than black. And for those that don't know, black means to make pale or to bleach. And so what form of currency do I propose? First, we got to see what it is they're holding on to in terms of resources, assets, like gold, silver, all that type of stuff. Those I would propose because that's been an old standard from antiquity. So something along those lines that's natural, yes. And then your fourth question.
Okay.
Now go ahead and read your question.
How do you plan to handle worldwide your transition of power between current world leaders, cabinets, assemblies, governments, etc., and this includes indigenous chiefs?
There is no transition of power from like, okay, hand it over type of thing. It's like, no, we're at the point where they must comply. Do you not see the IFOs, the identified flying objects over Arizona, over Edmonton, which we didn't even know about, Toronto? You were there when we went up to the UFO landing pad up in St. Paul, as they call it, or Still Treaty 6 territory, Still Turtle Island. Right after we did that, the five of us, you, our daughter, Akuya, and Abubana, the elders down in Puerto Rico and in New York, we went up there and did a call to the Intergalactic Confederation. So we said, we're prepared to be responsible. We don't want you babysitting us, but you got to remove these Luciferians because they are not honoring nothing. Even when they reach their agreements, they don't try to get back into honor, correct?
Correct.
So the point is, there is no negotiating. If the Intergalactic Confederation feels necessary, and I'm not getting that implication now, but however, it's easy to see that there's going to be there's going to be a bigger extraterrestrial influence on the planet that will be visibly seen.
That's one of my questions. What percent confidence?
Tim Tab, Dur Kul Shah, Yuat Biwasamos Shilpa Tim Tab. Timta Rawat, Abugadur, Rawat. Taharka was on. I sent a text to Nega. I said he's supposed to be back on. So I guess, is that, see Taharka's iPhone? Is that Taharka?
Yeah, that's me. That's me. Islam.
Rawat, Ucha. Okay, I'm just waiting for your camera to come on, and then we can, I'm willing to hear any questions and all questions that you got.
Oh, no, I don't have any questions. I have a statement to make.
Sure, go ahead.
There was a statement that you made that you actually own the Moorish Science Temples of America.
Yeah, that's a claim.
You like to expound upon that? How is that so?
Pardon?
I said, how is that so?
Okay, I'm gonna put this on the screen. Let's see which one. So can you tag me on my Facebook page? So I'll just go to the Facebook here, and I will show that. Okay, there we go.
Well, while you're doing that, once you show that, why is it so many Moorish Science Temple of America in operation while you own the Moorish Science Temples of America?
Say that again, please.
Why is it so many branches of the Moorish Science Temple of America operating, but you own the Moorish Science Temple of America? How'd that work?
Okay, great question. Let's see here. I want to show, let me see. I'll just open up another tab here. Good. And so first thing is, you are familiar with, now I conditionally accept this, what was been coming from the original Moorish Science Temple before it broke up into 1,000 different splinter groups. You have Moorish Holy Temple of Science, Temple 13, Temple 1, etc. So I'm sure you're familiar with all of that. So the issue was what happened in 1928, and I'm certain that you're familiar with that as well. It has not been confirmed. It has been alleged that the Prophet Noble Drew Ali went to a Havana conference in Cuba. Now, I've verified.
Actually, I can confirm that for you if you need me to.
Yes, please do.
I can't do it right. I'm in the car right now, so I can't do it at this moment, but that's easy to confirm.
No, I'll just take the oral confirmation. That's acceptable. That's acceptable to me.
Okay. I actually have the document of his travel itinerary as well as his ticket to Cuba. I actually have it.
Great. So that's something that should be given full knowledge to everybody, that was in 1928 in Havana, Cuba. I validated that the secretary at the time, which was Hughes, was present, that meeting did occur. Now, the particulars of what was discussed, I'm not aware of that. I haven't seen anybody publish specifically what was discussed. However, what has
Brother,
been,
we're filibustering now. I'm asking you how you
I'm answering your question. I'm answering your question because there's other people here who are not familiar with the Moorish Science Temple.
This is what I was telling about the brother, man. This is going to take so long, bro. I don't have a bunch of time for filibuster. Straight to the point.
This isn't a filibuster. Okay, I'm putting it right on the screen here. Here's the lien. Now, in 1928, it was alleged that the Prophet Noble Drew Ali claimed all the land from Alaska to Argentina and over to Europe. Is that correct? Is that not the case?
That's false.
So he never got the land back.
That's false.
Okay, so the Prophet Noble Drew Ali never got the land back, didn't have a claim, didn't have no estate trust, no nothing.
Let me say this to you. Just like I say I can prove that he went to Cuba, I need you to prove to me that the Prophet got this land the way that you're saying it. Show me something.
No, I'm quoting what the Moors say.
No, don't quote. Don't quote what Moors say. We ain't gonna get to that. I'm telling you
you can't.
Anything that I say, I can prove.
Okay, that's fair enough. That's fair enough. Now, most Moors will use this document here.
We're not talking about most Moors. Stop.
I'm speaking. What is the problem here?
I want your position. We don't talk about
and I'm explaining it. Most Moors have the position of Noble Drew Ali established the very first temple in Cook County, Illinois. True or false?
What does that? Come on,
that
brother.
has everything to do with what I'm explaining to you. They use this document here as a foundation for every temple that's out there. You first asked me, why are there 1,000 temples and you own them? I said, first of all, I put a claim on this document that the Prophet Noble Drew Ali did, because this is my postage stamp here. So
All right.
the point of the matter was, if everybody, or the Moors, and specifically the Moorish Americans, say that you are what your forefathers were, the prophet got the land back, etc., I said, fine. Now, in this day and time, there's no Autochthon, Moor, what have you, that has any type of a commercial claim that is what you would call either mainstream or has been put into the commercial record, except myself. So I said, well, by me doing this and exporting the United States, Canada, and Mexico on an export declaration, which I'll show you on another website, I already have the tab open, that by default means if the Moors are claiming that the Constitution is still valid, that it is still something that can be used as a remedy for any and all of their affairs, then by default, they are in the Atlantic Ocean because they're contracting with a corporation, because everything, as you probably know, has been changed from 1938. It's all administrative. There's no courts. The Constitution can't be used in a court. And there is no Moor that has shown me where they've used Circle 7, Clock of Destiny, or any of those documents and won a state, local, federal, family, or Supreme Court case using that. So on that basis, and ignoring the fact that they're doing commerce, I came forward, I did the claim, this is years ago, this is 2014. And so all the temples that are saying they're Moor Science Temple are actually on Dun and Bradstreet. And anybody can go on Dun and Bradstreet and see all the temples, even Great Seal is on Dun and Bradstreet. Dun and Bradstreet is a bond rating agency dealing in commerce. So how are they going to talk about the pyramid on the back of the $1 bill being property of the Moors?
Brother.
Hold on, I'm not finished yet. I allowed you to speak. Let's be, you know, as you would say, civil. We want to talk about this. Let's talk. So I speak. When I'm finished, you speak. I'm going to hear you out. Did he just hang up? Okay. All right. So he's still there? You still there? Okay, great. So to say that the Moors are claiming the pyramid on the back of the dollar bill is our pyramid, as they like to say, there's a problem now, because that's not an actual pyramid with a capstone sitting on it, number one. Number two, as I'm sure you are well aware, this is Federal Reserve note. This is a private Jewish bank which is issuing this fiat. So by default, any Moor collecting or accepting these that is not a creditor, not a secured party, not a lien holder, not a claimant, they are actually chattel, because they are not using anything that's of a commercial nature to distinguish themselves, what's on paper, what they're doing in commerce versus the flesh and blood. So because of the export declaration that I did back on March 17, 2008, and the Foreign Bureau Processing Unit, which you might not be aware of, called me and asked me, why did you send all these additional documents? I said, because I have to show title. And you can't just drop a piece of paper and say, I own this. You have to have the evidence I'm sure you're well aware of. So I presented that to them. I said, so is there any problem? They said, no. I said, so you're going to process it? They said, yes, we're going to process it. And for you to know, because you're up there on Hoopskatuk territory there, which is what they call Brooklyn, they stated Africa Bambaataa, I have a witness that's on here. She used to have a table on 125th Street, and Africa Bambaataa knew about the lien that I put on the White House. Dr. Elihu Pleasant Bay knows about the lien I put on the White House, and I spoke with him on the phone. So the issue is, when Moors would like to invoke the Prophet Noble Drew Ali and say, or quote him, he made the statement that he said, it's going to take you Moors 50 years to figure out what I've done. So if you're saying that the Prophet Noble Drew Ali did not get the land back, I'll accept that for value and consideration. Putting that in everything into perspective, the Moors are doing commerce. I am dealing in commerce and have commercial liens filed against the United States, the Pentagon, etc. So by default, and I don't have to have physical possession, the claims are out there, they're published, they're in the commercial record. All the Moors that are saying that they are Moors using the Constitution as their foundation, or the Circle 7, they have to talk to me, period. That's not subject to debate because this has been out for more than 10 years. My claims have been out. So there's the answer to your question. So I'm all ears. No, do you got to turn your mic on?
First of all, you know and I know nobody is talking to you. Nobody is reaching out to you. Matter of fact, you rather insignificant. Let's start with item 1.
I'll accept that for value and consideration with full reservation of my autochthonous rights eternally.
Item 1. You say you put a lien on the White House. Now,
Yeah.
if I put a lien on something, I begin to move towards possession. So you have a lien on land. You have a lien on White House. When will you move towards possession? You also have a lien on, you say, the Moorish Science Temple of America by the document 1010-5905. In fact, that's just a piece of paper. Let me tell you why that's a piece of paper. I've been to Cook County, been there quite a few times. I got document 1010-5904, I got 1010 document 5905, and I got 1010-5906. That is just the filing number. There is no power in that paper. So what you did was you claimed power of the paper. That comes from the old seal that gives the illusion that this paper has some power. That paper is not the Moorish Science Temple of America. And many people that think that is a piece of gold, they only have a piece of paper with a filing number. 1010-5905 is a filing number. I have 1010-5904. Somebody else filed a paper in Cook County, and it's another business. 1010-5905 is a religious corporation affidavit document that's filed by Prophet Noble Drew Ali. 1010-5906 is another corporation document filed by somebody else. And so, as it goes, if you file after 5906, your number will be 5907. The next will be 5908. On and on and on. There is no power in that affidavit. Now, again, to prove your point, you would have to, if you filed a lien in 2008, and we're in 2020, we're going in 2020 in a week from now, and you haven't gotten possession of your lien, then how powerful is your lien? Your lien is worthless. And you know it, and I know it. I don't know why you claim that you own the Moorish Science Temple of America, yet you still have people running around here claiming to be the Moorish Science Temple of America, and you have not given a cease and desist order. You know why you haven't? Because they're going to ignore you. They're not going to pay you no mind. I have a few temples, and I am a grand sheik of the Moorish Science Temple of America. I want you to shut me down ASAP. My address is 638 North Fulton Avenue, Baltimore, Maryland, 21217. I ask you to shut me down ASAP. I'm talking about, I don't know how long it's going to take you, but if you are the owner, then you need to shut me down and every other Moorish Science Temple of America. Brother, you're lying. You're lying and you're phony, and I'm telling you right now, you cannot shut nobody down. Let me tell you something. The Moorish Science Temple of America operates under the Religious Act of Cook County. In America, there's something that is called religious freedom. Anybody can practice the religion of Islamism under the name of the Moorish Science Temple of America. And there's nothing that you can do or anybody else can do. That's why they keep on operating, because you're living in a fantasy world. And this is a grave negligence on your part. You say that, okay, we are in the Atlantic Ocean. You own Turtle Island. That doesn't even make sense. How are you going to say you own something that you haven't possessed? You don't possess it. When you own something, you possess it. You're in Canada claiming you own something in the United States. Brother, you're not making a lot of sense. And anybody that followed that and listened to this is wasting their time. Listen, from 2008 to 2020, what have you possessed? Forget the lien. What have you possessed? Because everybody in this chat, they should ask you to show and prove what you have possessed, not what you put a lien on, because I can file a lien right now on every house in Baltimore, New York, or anywhere else. Until I possess it, that lien is worthless. So I'm asking you, what do you possess?
UCC 8-105, UCC 9-607, UCC 9-609, UCC 8-505. UCC 9-607, which deals with secure parties, I don't have to have physical possession in order to have ownership. There is a UN Convention on Consular Relations that we have a representative in our nation that is an ambassador in New York, as they call it, and they already, the NYPD already know that they can't go up into his apartment because it falls under international law. This is
Brother.
UN Convention on Consular Relations. So that's
Hey,
the
brother,
first
you
thing.
think,
I'm
brother,
not finished yet. So come on, you've made your point. So now you asked me to show. So back in, what was this, 2009, there was a guy up there in your neck of the woods that was with the Moore Science Temple. So he came and asked me for a land pass, which we call an authenticated export declaration of the US, Canada, and Mexico. Now, I agree with you insofar as, yeah, the United States, Cook County, those are pieces of paper. However, people are translating themselves onto that plane of existence. So by default, they're giving their energy into that paper. The next thing is, as I'm having on the screen here, this is our authority from the one that he got, whichever temple he went to, which is not the original one, of course. It's a typed up one that they use from Cook County. Underneath that is the Moore Science Temple of America, the Divine Constitution, and bylaws. So one thing which I'm very clear about when I train people about commerce, especially maritime law, which Moors should be doing a much more efficient job of learning, is anything under maritime law that is in an enclosed area is considered a blank piece of paper. So this Moore Science Temple of America, the Divine Constitution, and bylaws is in a box. That means it's a blank piece of paper, which means there's nothing there. And so for all the Grand Sheiks, Adepts, Sheikesses, they should show a bit more flexibility in realizing the degree to which the Moors have established that. And when I say the Moors, I'm not extricating myself from that per se, but I'm clarifying that one of the things along with commerce is that the Moors are failing to acknowledge is they also have to deal with language. So again, English is not a new language. English is one of the youngest languages, not the oldest one, that's for certain. And so again, with the Moor or Moorish Science Temple of America, the claim has been put out there. There's a video by the representative Ken Jaworski where he said, someone threw us in the middle of the Atlantic Ocean without a life raft. This was around 2008 when all the housing crisis and all that stuff was going on with the banks flipping. So it doesn't really matter when people say, well, what do you own? Claims. That's what I have is a claim. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter about who's gonna, well, when are you gonna enforce it? I've already done that. This is what I'm showing you.
Let me say this in close. The shame of this whole dialogue, which I'm not gonna waste a whole bunch of time, is that everybody in here is gonna leave here and be disillusioned, or they're gonna wake up. It's only gonna go two ways. The Prophet Noble Drew Ali said there's two things in the world, and the one is truth and the other is falsehood. So the one that's gonna stay disillusioned, they're gonna be dwelling in falsehood. The one that's gonna wake up, they're gonna say, man, this man is out of his god-doggone mind. Now, and this is where reality kick in. When they have to go and pay their bills and they use that fake fiat that you're talking about, when you ask for a cash app to pay for any filing that you need, when they have to go to the doctors and they need to get taken care, you know what I mean? They need to be taken care of. When reality set in, that they don't have no farmland, you know what I'm saying? Which we should be working on instead of being in these chats talking stupid. You know what I mean? When they don't have no farmland, when their children is not growing the vegetables that they eat, so they got to eat this crazy food in the grocery store. When reality kick in, you know, after 3 or 4 years of listening to this garbage, you know, I hope you're satisfied. Because in reality, we need farmland. We need to be farming our own food. We don't be hearing this garbage. You know what I mean? We need to be possessing the land, not putting the land.
You can't do it if you're black, but you can't do it if you're black. And most Moors have social security numbers.
What I'm telling you, everybody in this chat has got a bill to pay. Everybody in this chat got a
I
utility
accept that
to
for
pay.
value and
And
consideration.
all of that nonsense that you're talking is not going to provide for them to pay for the utilities to even listen to you. It's not going to provide for the cell phone that they use to listen for you. You haven't developed any technology. We need to develop technology.
I've developed technology.
No, you're on Zoom. You're on
Pardon?
Zoom talking crazy. You know, and this is wrong with our people.
Get you nowhere. They said Jesus was crazy.
This is what's wrong with our people.
Muhammad was crazy. They said
you're sitting in a corner with nothing. You're sitting in a corner with nothing, trying to teach people about something that is fictitious and fraud.
Are you really? No. Are you serious?
Brother, you are out of order.
I got nothing.
You are out of order.
I have absolutely. You're saying
brother, you are sitting on Zoom and you're going to charge somebody to try to free themselves. When freedom come off the muscle.
Who? Who's charging who? Who?
Listen, you're going to charge somebody. Who? I guarantee you that somebody in here is going to charge for some form of national type freedom. I guarantee you.
We don't do national type freedom. That's the point. We don't do nationality. That's nonsense.
No, I said national type freedom. In other words,
it's not national type freedom. Either you're a nation or you're not.
Let me ask you a question. Do you charge for anything? Do you charge for anything?
No, because corporations charge. I'm not a corporation, and neither is a nation.
Have you received any compensation of anything?
No, no compensation. No compensation.
Well, now you're real super crazy because it takes finance to uplift a nation. If you're building something,
but you got to have standing. I agree with you, and you got to have standing at law. Most Moors, hold on. Most Moors, hold on a second. Most Moors, they'll say they're with the Moorish Science Temple, Great Seal, what have you.
You can't even talk about Moorish science because you don't teach nationality. I wouldn't
want to. So
that's right. So you have nothing to do with the Moorish Science Temple.
Oh, I have everything to do with the Moorish Science Temple. More than you know. More than you know.
The Prophet Noble Drew Ali taught nationality. You have nothing to do with
1928. This is 2019, and the Constitution is void in courts.
Hey, let me say this, and I gotta go. I think everybody in here, if they choose to follow this madness, may peace be with all of you who follow it. But I'm telling you, this has nothing to do with Prophet Noble Drew Ali.
This wasn't about Prophet Noble Drew Ali. This was a question that you posed.
You own Turtle Island. If
Taharka,
you own the White House, by all means.
Yeah. Yes.
If they think
who built Casablanca? Who built Casablanca? Who built Casablanca in Morocco? Who built Casablanca in Morocco?
Okay, you own the White House.
No, listen. Who built Casablanca in Morocco?
Man, we was just learning that in class today, brother. But
okay, so give the answer. What's the answer? What is the answer? The same way you're okay. Who built Casablanca in Morocco?
Oh, brother, we know Moors did. What that got to do with you?
Okay, who built the White House?
What do that got to do with you owning the White House?
Can you answer the question, please? Who built the White House? Moors did it. Who laid out Washington, D.C.? I'm making a point here. So the Moors built that. Are any Moors in possession of the White House if they built it?
Let me explain something to you.
No, answer the question.
No. The reason why.
So therefore, that means the Moors no longer have possession of it, correct?
The reason why Moors are not in possession of it is because they built it under coercion. You understand? You know what that means? You know what I mean? They built it under
you're talking about slaves. There's a difference between Moors, Negroes, and slaves. So
I say they built it under coercion. You know what coercion?
If Moors built it, then they couldn't have been slaves.
No, I said under coercion. You don't know the difference between coercion and slave, and y'all listening to this fool.
I know what coercion is. Coercion voids a contract. So therefore, so which Moors built it? I know Benjamin Banneker did the layout of Washington, D.C.
Okay. I said coercion clear as day, and he talking about slaves. Nobody mentioned no slave.
So who built the White House? You said Moors did. So they built it out. How were they coerced if they were free? And how come they're not in possession of it?
The same way that we are coerced today and join the military and think we defending the United States of America or any other foreign government.
I accept that. I accept that value and consideration. But it's also known that Taharka, it's also known as violating the Lieber Code in Article 33.
Go on and on. It's never going to stop.
No, this isn't about going on and on.
So brother
I
said,
didn't ask for
let me
this
tell somebody,
conversation.
my energy is like this because I hate to see people misled. I'm passionate about trying to save my people. I hate to see people
Who
misled.
are your people? Negroes, blacks, or Moors?
That's it, bro. I mean, I can't. This is never going to end. So, peace be with y'all. If y'all believe that he owned the White House, y'all be peace with that. I'm good.
All right. Have a whole conversation.
I got things to do, brother. I'm not. This is going to be another.
You don't have to stay, Taharka. Ain't nobody holding you here.
No.
I just thought.
Listen what I'm saying, brother.
Hold on.
Out of respect for your client.
Hold on.
Listen.
Mbutu was the one that told me that you had a question for me and you wanted to talk to me.
No.
I got the text message right here. Where's my cell phone? Right here. This is what he said.
No, listen to me. Let me tell you what I said. Let me tell you what I said, brother. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Let me tell you.
Hold on a second. Go ahead.
What I said was, I can show and prove that you don't own anything that you said you have.
No, that wasn't in the text message.
Oh. And so
Let's get this right. Let's get this right.
Have a conversation. I didn't want to join your group. I even told him I didn't want to join your group. I don't want to disturb your group.
Well, where's Nega? Nega, come on now.
I don't want to disturb.
Nega was doing all the talking, not you. Where's Nega? Come on, Nega, turn your mic on.
With you, I could care less about disturbing your group because you know why? I knew that this is going to be another ending conversation that ain't going to go nowhere. So what's the point of me wasting my time? I'm a busy man. I don't have time to go through back and forth. This was something for YouTube.
No, this was Nega did this. Nega's the one who said, I got the text messages right now. Nega said, this is the crest he wants to address. You may quote, you may need to ask him, meaning you, to explain how I exported all Moorish temples. All temples must have my permission to operate on Turtle Island, and they don't have my permission. As such, they are in the middle of the Atlantic Ocean, FYI. And I said, I will not speak privately to these black Negroes masquerading as Moors. Any discussions will be in the light of the sun for all eyes to see. You already know this. This is what I said to Nega. So where's Nega? Taharka, is he still there?
Yes,
Where is he?
He left. He got kicked off. I don't know. He left. That's what it said. Taharka left. I saw it.
All right, Nega. So this is what was happening. So you were speaking more so than Taharka was, correct?
Yeah, it was just a back and forth text battle, looked like.
Yeah, because you said you were opening up a temple. So I said, well, what kind of temple are you opening up? And that's why I asked, well, what temple are you opening? And you never answered that question yesterday.
Yeah, that's what I was told, Moorish Science Temple.
And who told you that?
I knew.
Oh, Anu? Okay, what happened to Amma? Because every time I've spoken with you, you've mentioned the Dogon, the Nomo Amma.
Yeah, that was different.
Okay, so now you said you spoke with Anu. Okay, and I said, you tell Anu, I said Hotep, and tell Anu that I need him to settle these claims that I have here on Tiamat. And you never responded to that either.
I did respond to you on Facebook.
No. Why would you respond to me on Facebook when you sent that to me in a text?
That's when I got it.
Well, I wasn't on I haven't been on Facebook all day, so I've sent that to you. Sent that to me through a text.
Again, I just got it on Facebook today, and I answered you because you said I didn't.
I haven't seen it on Facebook. We spoke on text yesterday.
Yes, and you kept texting on and on and on. You didn't give me a chance to answer it yesterday, so I just, when I saw you.
What do you mean? We were texting for over 90 minutes.
Can I talk?
No, hold on a second. No, I want you to listen. We texted for over 90 minutes. When you first brought up Anu, I asked the question. And then when you jumped from that back to Taharka, I said, what happened to Anu? And you never answered that question. Go ahead, I'm all ears.
You didn't give me a chance. You kept texting like a crazy person. You didn't give me a chance to answer.
Flattery will get you nowhere because people following some Jesus figure, even
Flattery.
the Moors from the Moor Science Temple are following a Jesus figure that does not exist. So flattery will get you nowhere.
I don't follow Jesus. I know exactly who I roll with. And I'm not about to turn against them for nobody.
Turn against them who?
So now you try to, you keep going with the spookism, trying to make me look like I'm crazy.
I didn't say that. That came out your mouth. I asked you who you said.
You know exactly.
I'm
I've
asking
been telling you this for months, Chief. For
no,
months,
you told me about
No,
Amma.
listen, you keep cutting me off. I've been
No,
telling you
I'm
for months.
listening to you. You said Amma. Go
Cutting
ahead.
me off.
Go ahead.
I've been telling you for months that I have strong telepathic connection with Amma and Anu.
No, I only heard Amma was the only one. I'm the one that sent you the picture.
And when I told you, when I gave you a couple of those messages from her, you never responded. I got.
No, I did. I did respond. I said Amma is male, and I sent you the picture. And I sent you the picture.
No, that's the first time.
From
That was
the
the
holy
first
tablet.
time. That was the first time. But you were
No,
still.
I answered to you saying I never answered the question. I said I did.
Come on, Steve. I thought we was better than this, man.
Who's we? Who's the we you're talking about? That's what I'm asking.
You and I thought we were better than this.
You're the one that wanted to be the go-between.
And then I talk, right?
Not me.
I talk and then you talk, right?
I'm listening.
Okay, but you keep cutting me off.
How am I cutting you off?
Let me talk then, okay?
Go ahead.
All right. For months I've been telling you about my telepathic connection. And the first time, yes, we did go back and forth with the texting, but I sent you another text message on your phone when I got this new number. And I said, Chief, are you getting this message? Because the rest of my numbers weren't, when I got the old phones I had, you weren't getting the messages, right? So I got this service. And I said, Chief, are you getting the message? You said, yes. And I sent you another message from Amma because she didn't like that you were still teaching the same thing about the bloodline even after I asked you. I mean, I told you what she said. And she asked you to take that into consideration. So you didn't listen there. And all of a sudden, when I tell you that Anu said that I am to start my own temple, and then you respond. Why is that?
I'm just waiting. I don't want to be rude.
That's my question. Why is that?
Okay. First, with Amma is male. Amma is not female.
If that's what you think, Chief, hey, that's your opinion.
Now, can I speak?
Yeah, but we already had this conversation, and now you're going through it again.
You're asking me a question. I'm answering it. You were saying I'm cutting you off. Now you're not letting me speak.
Amma is a male. Is not answering.
Can I speak?
That's an opinion. That's not answering the question.
I am answering the question because I gave you the picture of Amma from the holy tablets. And I said, Amma is male. Amma is not female.
And I said, I am familiar with the pictures from the holy tablets.
Correct. And I left it. Can I finish?
You stop.
Appreciate it. So now, after I gave you that picture, I left that. I said, if you want to believe Amma is female when there's a picture from the holy tablets that you said you were already familiar with it, I accept that for value and consideration.
What's your point?
And I left that alone.
I never thought she was in there.
All the communications.
I never thought she was in there.
All the communications that we've had, you've only talked about Amma. It wasn't until yesterday you talked about Anu. And so I said, well, if you got that connection to Anu, tell Anu that I said Hotep, and for him to settle these claims that I have here on Tiamat. That's what I said yesterday. And so I said, well, where's Anu coming from? Amma is Dogon, or dealing with the Nomos. Anu is Sumerian. So I'm like, you can't mix that. You can't say, oh, I got telekinetic communications with Amma, and then I'm speaking to Anu. And in chapter 3 of the Holy Tablets, it talks about the fact that the Nomos used the Dogon. They did not have their best interests.
your point.
That is the point. So for you to
Your
say,
belief.
I'm opening up a
That's your
temple.
belief. That's religion.
No,
That's
I
your
don't
opinion.
believe. I've shown facts here.
What's your fact? What are your facts?
I just showed facts. The fact is you're holding a certificate for me. Why didn't Alma step in before then? Do you or do you not have a certificate for me for graduating the Autochthon
What does that
standard
have to do with the
process?
question I just asked you?
Can you
What does that have to
answer
do
the
with that
question, please? You asked me to show proof. I said you're holding a certificate. You got a certificate from me, yes or no?
Yes. What does that have to do with Alma being a woman?
Now you said, Alma, that you have communications, please quote me, make sure I'm saying this correctly, that you are able to communicate telepathically with Alma, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Can you communicate telepathically?
How long have you been doing that with Alma?
Answer this question. Can you
No,
communicate?
hold on. You're going to answer my question first. How long have you been communicating with Alma?
It doesn't matter if you can't
Hold
answer
on.
this
No,
question.
then you're not answering the
If you can't answer
question.
this question, that question is null
Hold on
and
a
void.
second. Hold on. You're not going to, that's religion to not answer the question. If you put it out there, not me. So if you're communicating with a nomos deity, then how many years have you been communicating Nega? Answer the question. Simple.
A few years.
Okay, give me a number.
Four actually.
Okay, so 4 years you've been communicating, and Amma has been your guide. You've been getting good counsel, etc. Correct?
Yep.
Okay. Why did you come on my webinar to get a certificate from me?
Everything happens for a reason.
Nah, that's not an answer. Why did you come on?
Yes, it is.
Why did you come on?
You don't even know Offset was on one of your
When?
webinars. You don't even know that the real Offset that's walking around here in flesh was on one of your webinars.
The real Offset who? Who are you talking about?
Don't worry about it because you're dealing with beliefs, man.
What belief? Offset who? Okay. Now this is, I'm loving this, everybody. This is what I'm talking about. When religious people think they're spiritual than anybody else, you like, if you're talking about Offset from Tamaray, then come with it. Don't say, oh, you don't know she was walking around here. The answer, you ain't telling me nothing new, nigga. I've been on Tamaray. Masters was down there walking around. You ain't telling me nothing new. You were the one that was speaking more than Taharka. And I want people to know the conversation was going on with Nega in Butu Bay more so than Taharka. So now tell everybody, Nega, that you're working with Taharka to open up a temple, and he's showing you how to open a temple up, because that's what you sent me in the text message. See, these are the things that religious people are not going to tell you all. This is people who are so spiritual, they're more spiritual than spiritual. So again, the whole point of the matter was, why is Taharka so, I said, if he's busy, then we'll do it another time. I was like, no, I don't want to talk with him. And he can't be busy between now and New Year's. So I give Taharka definitely an A for coming out. He did way better than, what's his name? Sarah Sutanseti. And these are the type of things. So when these type of things occur, this is how I know we're on our way to something significant. So for Nega to say, I'm dealing in belief, that is somebody that's religious. But I'm glad it came out of his mouth. Ashachak, you had your hand up. Anybody who's got questions, please put them in the chat. Anybody put toggle up? Go ahead, Ashachak.
I know that these are my words now that I'm speaking to the group. I was actually here wanting to hear the dialogue between Taharka and you, Chief, from a standpoint of one person proving their position and the other proving their position based on commercial documentation. And when I say commercial documentation, I'm saying based on this commercial system. because we have to fix our problem. It's not about a might deal, it's about an intelligence. It takes intelligence. We have to think ourselves out of this. Bronze doesn't work. We affirm that. We know that we're physically stronger, but for whatever reason, we're not in control. So the problem is this, we have to think ourselves out of this. I was hoping to hear that between you, Taharka, and possibly Nigga. The guy, I don't know if he got off or not.
No, I've removed him.
Okay, the thing is that I hope everybody see that this is a process you can't hustle. It's something that you have to go through. It's like in your house, your child can't take possession or control of your house because you run it. Is that correct? I mean, I'm presuming everybody knows that. But as you get older and you become weaker, even though your mind is not there, you're still sharp, the child is becoming even more and more sharper. So the place is a switch. So eventually, you know, it's not about brute force. It's about what is it on paper? Have we broke the system? Have we commercially broke the system that's keeping everybody under the spell, commercially spellbound? And I wanted to hear that dialogue. And all I hear was just a lot of emotions coming from one side to another side. And I'm like, what is with all these emotional responses? If you go to court and you're trying to win a case, you have to build your foundation first in court. Can't nobody just come out and say, this is this for these reasons and present the documents. I can present you a document that says, the order says you got to pay me. Okay, that's fine. But I had to move to the position where I got that order. You see what I mean? So I don't know why this guy, I don't know why they do that. All of them
you do. Yes, you do.
Yeah, I know. Let me retract the statement.
Say it. Say the book.
It's a book by Richard, MD, Richard King. It's called African Origins of Biological Psychiatry. African Origins of Biological Psychiatry. Okay.
What does he say in the book?
He says black people who are black over in America, they do not have the cognitive ability.
Nope. Say it right. Blacks, particularly in the United States, do not have the ability to process cognitively that which they see, hear, or otherwise feel in the world in which they live.
Now, this is important. He asked Chief to prove his point. Chief was showing him the documentation, and he was hearing it. But he chose to proceed in the fraud that's in place because they know it's a fraudulent process. They know it's fraud. They know that they're clandestine. They know it. So the thing is to ignore a fact, but it's that you can't ignore it. It's like, you know, after a while, you know, it's the same thing that happens in that happened with Enron, MCI, all these other countries, these big companies. That's why they came out. That's why they came out with something. Even happened with Arthur Anderson. That's why they came out with what's called Sarbanes-Oxley, the HIPAA Act, PCCI. I'm speaking to you from an IT perspective to show the comparison between the two, because you have to show accountability and you have to affirm that what you're doing is right and correct. So it's just a matter of time before they have to accept the fact that this is what it is. While at the same time, I'm just kind of disillusioned by the fact that he wouldn't entertain Noble Drew Ali and what Noble Drew Ali did. Because if you have two temples, the foundation of your temples is what Noble Drew Ali did. So that should be, everyone should master how the temple came to be, what Noble Drew Ali did. They should be able to know that, wake up and breathe it. Like blah, 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 blah. That's it. That's what you stand on, all of them. And you should have documentation to affirm it. And if the documentation is not readily available, then you shouldn't come or make yourself available to an event where you can't be deposed, because you can't just come and say you're going to depose someone and then leave. That's buffoonery, foolishness.
Well, hear this, and I want everybody, and I appreciate your question, and this explains to everybody why I don't like talking to Taharka, Saad Nitir, right? Any of these guys, because they're all black. These guys come with emotion. He saw we got to have land. I said, you got to have standing at law. He knew where I was going when I was bringing up the Social Security card. I said, guys are Moors, but they're still having black or African American on their contracts. So Saab just put in the chat, and I want to read this. Now, what they should have realized is I'm recording this. So when we're done here, I'm going to entertain questions from everybody. I want to get into, I thought we were going to get into some foundational things, which is what Asachaf was making mention of, and
Right.
that didn't happen, right? I wanted to go back and show, okay, here's the structure of the MST, but you see, once I start doing that Asachaf, that shows the holes, that shows the deficiencies and the fraud of the Moorish Science Temple. So they can't have that, because then the people who listen to them, because the first thing he start going for the fiat. I'm like, you already don't know who you're dealing with. I said, this ain't about the fiat. This is about the matrix. He was attacking me, and he wasn't even attacking the matrix. I'm saying, okay, who built Casablanca in Morocco? The Moors. Who built the White House? Moors did. No, slaves did. I'll answer that. And some of them may have been Moors, but that was not no ownership that, well, we built it, then we just, oh, we messed up and we lost it. No, that was what they were called, first servitude.
First servitude.
Build that. Now, Benjamin Banneker did do the layout for Washington, D.C. I'm trying to get into that. He doesn't want to talk about Benjamin Banneker. That's how I know Taharka is a damn agent. And this is what I keep telling people.
Also,
if you can stand on your position, which is what you are alluding to, Asachak, then that means it should not be a problem for somebody to articulately enunciate what their position is. And they should be able to do that from a position of calmness and confidence.
right. While at the same time, I also noticed that the conversation is, most individuals on this group may not be aware of it, but your conversation, the conversation transition from commercial terms to associating someone with a debtor. And I think he made a mistake by speaking to you, attempting to speak to you from a commercial position, as though you was a debtor, and you're not a debtor, you're a creditor. And you're speaking to him as a creditor, talking about, do you accept fiat or whatever? And I'm listening to him, and I'm saying, he don't know how to answer the correct question. So he'd be presumed as incompetent.
Yes.
Because he don't know how to answer, he don't know what commercial words to utilize to get the answer that's required. This is not a knock on him, because I don't know him as the person, but this is what I saw in the communications. And this is what we have to learn. We have to learn when we're talking to individuals, we have to understand how we're talking to them, and when the conversation changed from, this is a commercial question. This is not a historical question. This is a historical question. This is not a commercial question. So you got to be able to swap between the words. And that's why when the comment is made about, do you speak the language? I'm starting to understand the purpose in knowing the different languages, or speaking the different languages, because you have to meet the person at their level and bring them to where they're supposed to be. And if they can't come, then you leave them there.
I'm glad you said that, not me. So this way nobody will be mad.
These are my words. These are my words, everybody.
I want to add
These
something.
are my words.
I want to add something here. In Ubuntu, Saad just put in the chat. I want to read this, so this is there for posterity. So Ubuntu wants to open an MSTA temple, which is a religious group. he was given an interview question before being allowed to do the Autochthon standing process. And in there, quoting, this is part of the interview questions. Do you accept the fact that whichever religious dogma you are/were indoctrinated into is not going to free you from your commercial and contractual obligations? He said yes. So he clearly lied to pass the interview. So I'm going to have to void out his certificate. That'll be the second one.
Oh,
That's
yeah.
only two that I've voided out in what, the 3 years that we've been doing. Oh yeah, see, so Guadalupe says agreed. Sa says agreed. Void it. So I will be voiding it ASAP. So in Ubuntu, when you see this video, the recording, you will know that I'm voiding out your certificate, and I'm gonna let everybody, and anybody here who's friends with him on Facebook, you better unfriend him, because I want to go into this. Then I'm going to answer Michael Sims. You're going to be next.
One other comment.
Yes, go ahead.
Anytime anyone hears me or see me type into the chat that you can't hustle this, this is the truth. You can't hustle this. This is something you either going to stand the firm on and deal with all the knocks that comes with it. Because individuals, a lot of individuals come and say they're looking for immediate remedy. The problem with immediate remedy is this: you still black to them. Even though on paper you say otherwise, you have a history of being black. So you don't have a history of showing, when I say you have a history under their control, under this commercial system of being black. And you have a history of those that look like you of selling you out. So a lot of the commercial remedies that individuals thinking that's going to happen overnight, a lot of that doesn't come that way. You have to stay the course. And while you stay in the course, you're fine-tuning your knowledge about the commercial process. So when you do have to speak, you speak and you hit them with bullet points and you ask them questions. When I'm talking about the commercial, this is the corporation or anyone else. Like in this situation, you ask them questions and you're quoting their statutes, the United States Code, the UCC codes, the UCC codes for that state. It's a fact UCC is implemented. It's a fact, it is here. I got 2 graduate degrees in information security and network applications. I learned about this. I just didn't want to bring it out that I knew of it, but it's required, it's a fact. It's passed. Every country have to implement it. So right now it's a slow process, but they have to implement it. They're doing it so that they can have a one world government. It was a one world government back in the 50s or the 40s or whatever. People just don't know that it was already here. That's why they have the UCC and the one for the states, so that they making it where there's a domestic problem, you can go on the internet and you can talk to them on an international level if you have your status and standing correctly. And they got internet-based international courts. So
much appreciated for that, Ashachak.
Wow. All right.
All right, white power, Abugadur, as always. I can't believe it. Butu had the gall to say Abugadur last shadow after texting back and forth for 90 minutes. Now, with this, with what Ashachak just said, this brings us to this next point here. This is an article I just saw today. I think it was off of Facebook. This said it was a year ago. Black history is filled with agents and informants. Here is how to identify them. So I'm going to go down to the meat and potatoes. Y'all can read that. I'm going to put that here in the chat so everybody has that. This is why I won't talk with any of these so-called black leaders or any of these black people, because they will not, what is this, black informants. They will not, because for that reason, you see how Taharka acted up. And I said, I'll give him more respect. At least he showed up. To Sarah Suit Seti, who's screaming on YouTube, the general couldn't even show up. At least Taharka showed up. So they had some points here that I wanted to read. Okay, because of race traders like him, I'm just reading where it said, so don't worry about that. But you all have the article, so you can go back and read it. Because of race traders like him and others, we know that there are 4 types of informants used by law enforcement. See, this is what all the Black leaders need to be talking about, but they don't talk about that. 1, basic lead informant, ex-wives, ex-girlfriends, ex-employers, ex-associates, or ex-customers who want to get even. Most useful and accurate at revealing the location of persons or property and potential next actions. 2nd, participant informant. Usually a go-between, which is what Mbutu was a go-between between Taharka. Mbutu did all the talking. Taharka didn't. So Mbutu was already talking with him. So appreciate that, Mbutu. I'll make sure that I get these screenshots here of the conversation. I'll screenshot them, put them on the web so everybody can see what happened. Usually a go-between or arrestee turned informant who helps police instigate a sting, sabotage, or lure a suspect into surveillance. For example, Darthard Perry, an FBI informant that burned down the Watts writers' workshop. So for those out in California, out in Watts, you'll know what this is about. If that's where I'll just presume, for lack of a better word, if they're taught Watts. 3, covert informant. Usually someone deep inside an organization with a falling out or difference of opinion and wants to provide spot intelligence over a period of time as long as their identity is protected and a pleasant future guaranteed for them. Example, Herbert Boulin, the owner of a Harlem-based black doll company. As Garvey and the UNIA, which is the United Negro Improvement Association, increasingly came under attack from internal dissenters, black critics, and the federal government, one of the few people Garvey confided in was Boulin. 4, accomplice witness informant. Usually a co-defendant in a criminal case who agrees to testify for the prosecution and or do one last undercover operation by being wired for sound. An informant isn't going to let you know that they are informants, so you will have to proactively seek them out. This means maintaining a constant posture of paranoia and vigilance. If you pay attention to those around you, informants will make themselves known. After all, they are usually not trained and official government agents. They are merely being coached by them. Here are 3 flips informants usually make. They want access from the jump. I trust everybody's paying attention. Please put in the chat if you're paying attention to this. This is serious. So this is why when people don't like the way I act on the webinar, it's for this reason. They want access from the jump. As soon as they join, they jockey for positions that allow access to data, such as membership lists and accounts information, and are super helpful, offering to ferry people to protest and take them home afterwards. To get access and earn everyone's trust, an informant or an agent will be unusually helpful. When you need seats for a meeting set up, they are there. When you need errands ran, they are happy to oblige. They are the first ones in the auditorium and the last ones to leave. They ask questions of everyone, but are vague with answers when you question them. Is that what happened when I questioned Taharka? Please put it in the chat. Is that what happened when I questioned him?
Yes.
I questioned him. Oh, are you talking to Amma? You talking to Anu? Amma is no female.
He's evading.
Okay.
Anu wasn't a female.
I am so grateful to Mbutu for making this happen. This would not have happened any other way. I'm so grateful. Everybody, we got 50 witnesses almost. What do we got here? 42 witnesses.
He should have asked you to prove it. You should have asked you to show your proof why you say that what you call it was.
I was trying to show that to Taharka, and Taharka was like, just get to the point. Just get to the point. Hold on. I'm giving you evidence now. You don't want to hear it? They come on board and immediately start talking to everyone and participating in everything that's going on. All the other members seem to be social with them. He or she actively solicits information from other members. Are you married? What do you do here? Asking for specifics while avoiding giving out any details about themselves. When they do reveal anything about themselves, it is scripted, a carefully crafted cover design to throw you off of their real identity. They instigate. If your organization isn't breaking the law outright, they will try to provoke you to. They, quote, know a guy who can get us some bomb material, end quote, or suggest rioting or tearing some shit up. If your organization is pro-marijuana reform, they, quote, know a guy who can get us some good shit, end quote. Counter-informant strategies. Information is the lifeblood of every informant. Therefore, you must come to see the information that you create as both vulnerability and as a weapon that you can use to expose informants. Did we just expose 2 informants here, this shadow hour people? Put your comments in the chat. Informants look for information that can be used to identify and assassinate high-value targets within an organization. I've never spoke to Taharka, and the first thing he wants to say, I'm crazy, then I'm super crazy. Create psychological profiles of members and leaders within organizations to identify their strengths and weaknesses. Evaluate the financial stability of members of an organization to determine who can be, quote, bought. This is why we're telling you all, you gotta make freedom your motivation. If your motivation is to discharge debt, you're here for the wrong reason. Because that means you are still subject to this commercial system in terms of being manipulated. Next, evaluate the criminal liability of members of a movement to determine who can be threatened with incarceration. This is another reason why when you see anomalies, your computers act up, your cell phone acts up, or you get these blockages and strange occurrences, that's why we tell everybody, take the screenshot, take the digital camera, take the picture, and publish it. Exploit weaknesses in systems used to keep the organization active. Derail or hijack operations, which is what Taharka tried to do to derail the whole meeting. He said, that ain't happening. And then he said, I don't have all this time. I said, you ain't got to stay here. You can go then. Then did he leave immediately? No, he wanted to stay. So then when he heard something he didn't like, then he's like, nope, I gotta go. These weaknesses can't always be protected, but as a leader or member, you can take steps to shore up your vulnerabilities. These steps are known as counterintelligence. Counterintelligence includes all the activities undertaken to limit the ability of competitors, antagonists, and infiltrators to gather actionable information about your company, organization, or movement. These activities can include creating a system of background checks and security clearances, using double agents, feeding known informants bad information, concealing your activities. The public doesn't need to know the who, what, when, where, and why of closed-door meetings or operations. See that? They wanted to talk to me privately. I said, no, I will not talk to Sanitaire, none of these guys, because I don't trust none of them. So you've heard it here. Any person who's a black freedom fighter, I don't trust them. I don't trust none of them. And if they want to talk to me, I'm talking to them in front of a whole bunch of people. Hiding your sources of income, staff positions, short and long-term plans, and how you operate. Screening and studying members at length. Good agents and informants can conceal their intentions for years, but will slip up eventually. This is why we say, what? Go to the spiritual realm. You cannot fake this. And when you have your ancestors and you telling your ancestors, hey, I need y'all to keep my eyes from the etheric realm. What's happening? You ain't got nothing to worry about. Where we at here? Control your social media behavior. That includes the information that you leak. These platforms are not needed to organize grassroots movements and are infamous for their invasions of privacy. Monitoring and restricting access to where information is stored. Publicly available options like Google Drive, Dropbox, or Box are typically ill-advised. Above all, every member of the organization should be trained to identify and deal with informants and agents. How we deal with them is I give them rope. And if I feel somebody is an agent, I keep them close. Members of the movement should devote as much time learning about potential threats as they devote to learning about other areas of life. Many of us know about COINTELPRO, but are we knowledgeable about the tactics and strategies that the program used? This is why when you ask somebody a question and you're specific and detailed about it, and they're being evasive, hey, you didn't answer the question, and they're like jumping away, they got something to hide. Counterintelligence is not an option. Revolutions are serious now, and revolution just means to revolve, so that's incorrect syntax. So Renaissance is actually the correct word to use. Lives are at risk and history hangs in the balance. The lazy revolutionary can easily find themselves a martyr for their cause. Remember the old saying, those who forget their past are doomed to repeat it. Okay, so I trust everybody will enjoy that. This was a very eye-opening. I was not expecting this to happen. It sounded good, but again, these guys know what's happening. He's a dinosaur. That's what Taharka and the rest of these Moors are, dinosaurs. They're done. They're finished. And then Butu wants to go with that. That means he was working with them. Beautiful. I love it. I'll be voiding his stuff within 72 hours. Know that. And we got the recording to confirm that. Where is he, Mr. Sims? Michael Sims, you had a question.
How you doing?
Yes, your mic's on. Your mic's on. Hold on. You shut your mic off. Turn it back on again.
I'm learning. Abigadur.
Abigadur. Oh, that's it?
No.
Oh, okay.
Oh, Abigadur.
Oh, no
White
question?
Power, white power.
All white. Much appreciated.
All white. All right, Chief. My question is kind of like personal. I had my driver's license suspended several years ago. And I basically they wanted $4,000, so I made up my mind.
Where are you at? What state are you in?
I'm in Capitol Heights, Maryland, right next to the DC line.
Oh, okay, you're in Maryland.
My license. Yeah.
Yeah, you're on the webinar, right?
Yes.
Have you done your SF-181 yet?
No, I just sent my
interview questions?
Interview. Yeah, I just sent them in on the 26th.
Okay, so you're still black. Black has no standing at law.
Okay. Well, so I can.
Have you done your SF-181?
Okay. Until I do that, okay. I'm just.
I know this is hard. I know it seems heartless. I'm the one that's telling you all the truth. Taharka won't say nothing. He can talk that Moorish nonsense all he wants. No. I want you to listen. I want you to listen. I want you to listen. This is the game. Whether you play checkers, chess, or any type of game, the game is don't tell you that you are white, because if we tell you that you are white, those of you in the United States, the Caribbean, South America, Canada, the world over, that you're actually white in commerce, you have standing at law. So the game is don't tell you that. Now they're pushing black on TV. They're pushing black.
I know.
So this is what we're telling people. If you have, it's a contract. If you have not changed that black contract, you cannot get remedy. The only thing that you will be able to do is if you're going to apply for a new job or assistance or whatever, and they ask you what your race is, yes, you can check off white then, even though you haven't done an SF-181. Yes, you can do that, because that's the original contract, and they'll honor that because they say, we're only going to go by what you tell us. So if you tell us you're white, and now what they're doing, so pay attention, people. They're seeing some people are doing this. They're saying, oh, you made a mistake. You checked the wrong box, right? So now the system is responding because it's self-identification. They're not supposed to even question you on that. But now what's happening is this is changing what? Voter registration districts. Even though you're not voting, this is changing how they are allotting funds in counties. This is showing how it's affecting how they put monies and set monies aside for cities and for states, etc. So I want people, especially for those of you that might be on for the first time that have never heard this, if you are still Black or African American in your contracts, that is what they're looking at. So I keep trying to explain to people is that but Chief, the damaging me. I said, I'm aware of that. That's not the issue, but you signed an old contract that has not been counterclaimed, rebutted, or contested. So based on that, they are saying we have to honor the document because it is a legal document. So by you coming on the webinar, I'm showing you how to do that. And then if you run into anybody trying to challenge that change, now you have a third party nation. It's an indigenous nation that can be a third party human rights defender and a witness to genocide. None of the Black people, teachers, professors, if there's any on here, attorneys, if there's any, or lawyers that's on here, they don't talk about genocide. They talk about civil rights. Civil rights was dead when Martin Luther King got killed. And then you
I understood that when I was 14.
Exactly. And so
I've been asking my family, what are they talking about? Civil rights? Well, human rights. But
they didn't want to listen to Malcolm because Malcolm said, you got to go for human rights and not civil rights. Right here, I'm glad we're talking about this because I had all these things queued up. I wanted to show it to Taharka, but you know, this is how it is. Some people, they're not ready for that level of information. Okay, so everyone's got that first link. Let's see here, is it here? I got the tab open here. Okay, to all Black history. No, he resigned. Okay, that's in the draft here. Okay, so I'm gonna go to
I vibrated towards you because I could tell you telling the truth.
Say that again.
I said my vibrations are pulled towards you because I could tell you're telling the truth.
Much appreciated for that. Where are we at here? Okay, so now here it is. This is for Taharka because I know he's gonna go back and listen to this. I definitely know Nega's gonna listen to this. This is an email here. Sa, I'm gonna forward this to you. Please forward this to all the people who made the request. This is, I'm gonna show this. So when people hear this, they say, man, they'll tell Taharka that he's a fool. How you calling him crazy when two scholars, this is Molefe Asante and Clyde Ledbetter Jr., acknowledge this. We're recognized, as you can see here, by two academic scholars. Okay, so I'm gonna forward this to you, Sa. Please give this to everybody. Don't send a request. Sa's going to email this to you all right now. Okay, so everybody, so as I'm going to forward it now, Sa, so you got that. Now I'm going to click on the screenshot. Now I recommend for those that haven't got the book, get the book called Contemporary Critical Thought in Africology and Africana Studies. Okay, so as you can see here, this is the book. They also have an ebook, but I tell people get the paper. Paper is always best. Now this is called under the chapter 13. Are you there, Michael? Okay.
Yeah.
All right, chapter 13, and this is the Universal Periodic Review and the Efficacy of Malcolm X's Human Rights Strategy. Okay, you with me?
Uh-huh.
Okay, so
yeah.
this is Clyde E. Ledbetter Jr., an Africological assessment. So I'm going to go to the main part. This was the first U.S. UPR cycle and Afro-descendants. Now, I just did, about 4 months ago, submitted another UPR, it's a UPR, which is called Universal Periodic Review. So this is another, if you will, a complaint and notification to the United Nations on what the United States is not doing. Understand?
Yes, understand.
So that is an international, that's an international document now. So that means the UN is publishing that. When we will hear, I'll be looking for it in the next month or so, maybe it might be another 3 months before it's published, and then they'll see the report. So when I filed the second, this is the second UPR that we did on the US. We did one already. This is the second one, and this one will be published. The US, of course, will get a copy of it. So for Taharka to turn around and say I'm crazy, he's going to end up regretting that. Now, I'm going to read this. The first UPR cycle and Afro-descendants. The United States underwent its first UPR in November of 2010. So that's 9 years ago. Okay, you with me?
Yes, I'm with you.
Prior to this first cycle, you can see the screen, right?
Yes.
Okay, great.
Yes, I see it.
Prior to this first cycle, the United States submitted its self-report to the HRC. That's the Human Rights Council. United States officials state the purpose of the report is to provide, quote, a partial snapshot of the current human rights situation in the United States, including some of the areas where problems persist in our society. The report focuses mainly on the country's commitment to civil and political rights, reinforcing the United States' established position of prioritizing these rights to the near complete exclusion of economic, cultural, and social ones. In the section titled, A Commitment to Foster a Society Where Citizens Are Empowered to Exercise Their Rights, the report reviews the U.S. practices in the fields of health, education, and housing. Nowhere in this section does there appear a connection of these fields to justiciable rights that the government is bound to respect, promote, or fulfill. The concept of fairness and repeated enunciation of anti-discrimination measures attempted by the government pervade the document. Invoking the name of Du Bois in a section titled Fairness and Equality, the author's right of the scholar's testimony before the UN General Assembly in 1947 concerning the, quote, pervasive discrimination against African Americans. The election of Barack Obama and the appointment of African Americans to the position of Attorney General are highlighted as shining examples of the nation's progress in ending discrimination in the United States. Now, concerning the situation of Afro-descendants in particular, the report does not connect the people's economic and social challenges to corresponding human and people's rights. You with me?
Yes.
After recounting the 15.8% unemployment rate and the low home ownership levels of African Americans, it simply states that, quote, the United States continues to address such disparities by working to ensure that equal opportunity is not only guaranteed in law, but experienced in fact by all Americans. Afro-descendants peoples as collective agents within CSOs, which is called civil society organizations, and NGOs, which is non-governmental organizations, were afforded the opportunity to contribute to the UPR through the drafting of shadow reports concerning their perceptions of the human rights situation in the United States. Now pay attention to this, everybody. Of the 103 reports compiled by the Office of the High Commissioner for Human Rights, only a handful came from civil society organizations representing Afro-descendants. Now, we wouldn't use the term Afro-descendants per se as an African-American, but for the sake of language and everything, yes. So everybody can comprehend, because it's international, so they use a little different terminology, but that does not waive any of our autochthonous or indigenous rights. Where are we at here? Afro-descendant. The civil society organization for all reparations and emancipations wrote a report that called for recognition and reparations for Afro-descendants from the United States. So now, Afro-descendants, you see this superscript here, 28. So I'm gonna click now to the next screenshot. So when you see the next screenshot, these were the organizations that were the only ones that filed a UPR against the United States in 2010. Is that good enough? See, Candy, 859, is that big enough for you? All right. Okay, so now what you see all for reparations and emancipation. We're not down with that, but they did a report. The National Conference of Black Lawyers, Yamasee people, and the Atsikata Nation of Yamasee Moors. These are two professors, PhDs, Black, so-called African-American scholars. So that meant they read our report in 2010. I don't see Moore Science Temple here. I don't see MST. I don't see Great Seal. I don't see Taj. I don't see Alan Bay. I don't see none of these guys. And they get problems. They get harassed. But another thing they're not telling the people who go to those temples is that the Moore Science Temple is on the FBI watch list. So they watch that whole organization. That's what they don't tell them. All right, so now y'all will be getting that email. Sal will be sending that to everybody shortly. So you have that. So now this is international recognition of our nation. So for Taharka and Inega to sit there and talk, I said that they are Negroes. So they're not interested in this matrix collapsing. They are interested in being on the plantation, period. Okay, so we got that one. Okay, there was another one I wanted to show you. It's another draft I got here. Okay, so we got that one. Okay, now here's another report. This is off the UN. Let me see here. Okay, good. No, that's Avalon. I wanted to read all these treaties and go get into that with Taharka, and so now I realize he's not an intellectual. He is an actor. He is an actor.
Liar. It didn't sound like he was telling the truth. He wasn't up front with it.
No, it wasn't. So let me see here. Where is that? Here it is. Okay, here is a UPR, not a UPR, pardon me, an input that I did on behalf of our nation to the UN. As you can see, this is the Office of the High Commission for Human Rights. This is in Switzerland. This is an international document. So I'm going to put this here in the chat so everybody will have this. If you don't have it, you'll get it now. This is the rights of women and girls. Okay, Sa has just sent the email with the screenshots. Everybody has it now. Print it off, take pictures with it. This shows you these are two African-American scholars that recognize the 5 people, and our nation is one of them. Not Nation of Islam, not the Nuwabians, not Hebrew Israelites, not Yahweh Ben Yah, none of these guys. So the rest of them is talking nonsense. That's a bunch of slaves that are religious. That's I'm saying it, and I said it.
They on some Jesus stuff anyway.
Say that again.
Oh, I said they're on Jesus stuff. Nation of Islam, they basically teach Jesus too.
We're gonna get to that. I got some stuff. I was really expecting this. I got the Sufis by Idris Shah, Zigzag Zig. I was gonna talk about the flag. I was like, dang, man. I'm gonna talk about it anyway, because I know y'all will appreciate that. Then you can ask Taharka, why are you flying a green 5-pointed star on a red backfield when that makes the Moors, what do they call them, protectorates under France, and the flag wasn't brought out till 1912. I'll show that in a minute. But Nega Mbutu wants to go open a temple. That's religion. He's on that religious stuff. So as you can see here, this is our input to the UN, to the Office of the High Commission for Human Rights. This is what all those groups in the States, so-called, should be doing, but they can't do it because they're domestic Negroes. This is what I'm telling you all. Atsikata Nation of Yamisimu's input to Office of, where are we at here? There we go. Of the United States, United Nations High Commissioner for Human Rights, addressing the impact of multiple and intersecting forms of discrimination and violence in the context of racism, racial discrimination, xenophobia, and related intolerance on the full enjoyment of all rights by women and girls. I didn't see the black feminists did this. They ain't put nothing in there. Are y'all seeing a pattern here? But Taharka's going to say, I'm crazy, but I got stuff published by the UN, but I'm crazy. That's an agent. So I'm going to get to, here's some of the terms. Now, woman in Black's Law Dictionary, woman, there is no definition of woman singular in Black's Law Dictionary, first edition, and in Bouvier's Law Dictionary of 1856. No legal definition of woman singular. B, women, all the females of the human species, all such females who have arrived at the age of puberty. Black's Law Dictionary. Let's see here. That's women, girls, circa 1300, girl, child, young person of either sex, but most frequently a female. This is 1300 of unknown origin. One guess leans toward an unrecorded Old English girly or girly from Proto-Germanic gerwillon, diminutive of gerjocks, apparently also represented by Lost German gere, boy, girl. There is no definition of girl in Black's Law Dictionary, first edition. So all that stuff about black girls rock, they need to throw that in the garbage. Yes, I said it. We got white females that's on here. Some of them have this, some of them might be seeing it for the first time. This is what we're talking about. If you use the wrong language, the wrong syntax, you create the wrong spell, frequency, vibration, tone, you can't get the remedy that you want. So there's no definition of girl in Black's Law Dictionary, first edition. There is no definition of girl in Bouvier's Law Dictionary, 1856.
Children, offspring, progeny.
There is no definition, this is H, no definition for black in Black's Law Dictionary, first edition. I, there's no definition for black in Bouvier's Law Dictionary, 1856. Does everybody, I trust everybody's getting this. So when you see Taharka getting upset and mad and all that nonsense, I said, that was all game. Here it is, and he knows about Black's Law Dictionary. So how are you all not talking about this stuff? No definition. So you can say women, plural, but you cannot say black woman. So when Angela Davis goes to a feminist conference and says, yes, I'm a black woman, that's a slave, that's a damn overseer. Straight up, I'm telling you this. She's been around since the 60s. She ought to know better. How you gonna call yourself a black woman? There's no definition for that. Let's not forget Tupac Shakur's mother, she beat a murder charge or whatever it was in California with no attorney, by herself, and beat the state. So this is what I mean by knowledge, not education. The word education, etymology, the etymology of it is child rearing. This is about knowledge, giving you all correct knowledge that is usable, practicable, and can be utilized immediately or as soon as possible in your world. So all that stuff on Essence, Black Girls Rock, no, they need to chop that. That's slavery. So let me see here. I just wanted to pick out one of, let me see here. Okay, so the UN is aware of, this is the Office of the High Commissioner for Human Rights, and I put in paragraph 3, the problem that people of African descent, misnomer African Americans, have and are refusing to acknowledge and admit is that Black has no standing at law. This is before you get to trying to do a discharge, before you get to trying to get land, before you get to getting what you're entitled to, you got to have standing at law. If you ain't got standing at law, it don't matter. Nothing else matters. So that's what we emphasize to everybody. What? Make freedom your motivation. That's what the guy said. Go back and watch that movie, The Spook That Sat by the Door. He said, you want freedom above all else. He didn't even talk about getting money. He said, you want freedom above all else. And now the next problem is the freedom has to be defined because people have different varying degrees or definitions of what they figure freedom is. This is critically important as it relates to, quote, Black women and, quote, Black girls and Indigenous women and Indigenous girls. So Tom Joyner interviews President Barack Obama on his Tom Joyner Morning Show and greets him by saying, it's our first Black president of the United States. President Obama replies, Tom, I don't look at myself as the first Black president because the word Black has no standing at law. And Barack is supposed to be a constitutional attorney. So that means what? All the people who, when Taharka was saying, oh, it was Moors who built the White House. No, lie. It was slaves who built the White House. It ain't wasn't no damn Moors that built it. Let's be for real. We know Benjamin Banneker did the layout for Washington, D.C. Ain't no Moors built the White House. You built it, how did they lose it? Because remember, the White House was lit on fire in the War of 1812. Y'all know that, right? So because of this, this shows that there was commerce going on Turtle Island way back in the, since Hernando Cortez, since the Gallo, all of them guys. 4, the United States OMB Form SF 181 form specifically states that Black/African Americans is a person, African American is a person belonging to any of the Black racial groups of Africa. There are no Black racial groups of Africa and can be proven by anyone who's from Africa, as they refer to themselves from a tribe, clan, or a village. Furthermore, people from Africa will tell you they do not call or refer to themselves, excuse me, as Black in their language. They don't. 5, the United States OMB Form SF 181 form states that white is any person belonging to the original peoples of Europe, the Middle East, and North Africa. This would mean that Black African American women and girls should be calling themselves white and not Black. Can I get an amen in the chat? So the UN Office of the High Commissioner knows this. So now further down in number 6, it says convince. This is United Nations Council Resolution 29-22. Convinced that the family as the fundamental group of society and the natural environment for the growth and well-being of all its members, and particularly children, should be afforded the necessary protection and assistance so that it can fully assume its responsibilities within the community, reaffirming that the family is the natural and fundamental group unit of society and is entitled to protection by society and the state. Okay, everybody gets this. So, Michael, if a person, turn your mic on, I need you here now.
Okay.
Now, they lied to you in school, college, trade school, post-secondary, etc., to tell you to call yourself Black. Yes?
Yes.
Now that you know that, the truth is you should be calling yourself white because you're living in a commercial world, correct?
Correct.
So since we now know this, doesn't it explain why Black African-American people, whether it's in Flint, Michigan, whether it's in Illinois, whether it's in Missouri, Cali, doesn't this now make sense why they're being attacked?
Yes, most definitely.
So now they're telling you the truth and they know how programming works. After you've gotten a person to get adjusted to the lie for so many years, now you tell them the truth because you know they cannot readjust and reset their mind to accept the fact that they're actually white, and by saying that they would have standing at law, correct?
Correct.
This is a global psychological, whether you want to call it experiment or global psychological attack, because now, yeah, we already got you to go with the lie. Now, to get ourselves off a little bit with whoever's coming or whatever's going to happen, now we tell you the truth, but we know y'all won't accept it. You'll go with the lie. Now we're off the hook. ICCC Candy 859, Doc, she's just like, it's that deep. So now, those women and girls of Black and African American, Afro-Caribbean, Afro-Latino, etc., racial category designation have no domestic nor international rights and protections, period. Because Dred Scott still hasn't been overturned. That's 1857. Those of Black and African American, Afro-Caribbean, Afro-Latino, etc., racial category designation who have changed their race and ethnicity in compliance with domestic and international standards and claim their indigenous standing / indigenous heritage still face genocide, apartheid, discrimination, forced assimilation, and obstruction of their right for self-determination. The United Nations and the United Nations Human Rights Council has an obligation to promote solutions as specified in Chapter 9, Article 55B of the United Nations Charter. If you don't have it, you need to get yourself a UN Charter. You could go to Barnes & Noble's, Chapters, any of those book places. They should have it, or they might be able to order it, or you could, of course, you know, go online, get it, go down to the Amazon and get it. 7, the fact that Black / African American has no standing at law and therefore is not recognized in law reveals the truth that Black African Americans are not entitled to human rights, indigenous rights, or any other kind of rights, period. So this means, what is your remedy? What is your remedy? What do you got to do?
I have to fill in the SS 181 form.
And what do you got to start? And what do you have to start saying out loud? Not
call myself white.
Say it again.
Call myself. Teach my children they white and call myself white.
Say it again.
Call myself white and teach my children they white.
Say it again.
Call myself white and teach my children they white.
Say it again.
Call myself white.
Come on, you're missing one part.
Oh, file the SS 181 form.
No, you said call yourself white. You missed the and teach what?
Oh, teach my children that they white.
Okay.
And indigenous.
Okay, so how hard is that?
Easy.
So if it's that easy, right? I don't want to give your age away, but if it's that easy, right? You were 14 back in the 60s, and now you're saying it's that easy.
No, I was 14 back in the 70s,
okay.
But I've been asking my family. I actually was born in 1960.
Okay, so, but if it's that easy, right? That tells you, and I wasn't born yet. So if you was I wasn't around till 71. 71, I didn't incarnate till 71. Okay. So you were 60. It took me 11 years. I said, oh, I messed up. Okay, I got to come down. I got to do this. I got to do the job. So I got to do it. I agreed to the contract. So you see my point. This is this link that you all have is international. This is not, forget your city, county, state. This is international. So the UN already knows. But they can't help you because you have what? The right to identify. So for people who are on for the first time, those who are going through the webinar that came on today that haven't graduated yet, I'm telling you, you cannot fake being white with us. It ain't gonna happen. It'll come out. It always comes out. And what that is the programming that people, because you gotta step off from friends, family, associates, people who don't want to accept what you're doing, because this isn't me saying this. This is, let me put this on the screen so everybody can have this in their mind so there's no thing here. And this is why all these people who are so-called black, Moorish, intelligent can never deal with this. Can you please explain to me and name for me why is the U.S. Department of Education, it's coming up here, just give me a sec. While that's coming up, I'm gonna get the census, the one for the census, where they confirm you have the right to self-identify.
Oh, that's what I wanted to ask. If they getting ready to do the 2020 census, and the Nubians that are sleepwalking figure out that they can just you like the actress, the comedian girl, Tiffany Haddish.
Yes.
If they just put they right then and there that they're white and indigenous, but that kind of like help us out.
No, that's not good. It's a good measure if they can accept that, but it's just all it is a starting point. But they gotta carry that all the way through. You have to live this. You can't just do it on a piece of paper, then hang out with your Negro friends and they want to stay ignorant. It ain't gonna work, because at some point we've seen marriages break up, we've seen couples break up, we've seen families break up. This is what Bobby Hemmett talked about. He said, don't teach your family if they're conscious, great. If they're not, F them. He said, don't teach them nothing. If you are at the job and you have a good coworker that's a good buddy, 5 minutes. If that coworker turns around and they, oh man, what you saying? Mike, what you talking about? Kill that and don't talk about that ever again at work. Because all you'll end up is they will end up becoming your enemy to get you fired.
Okay.
And it's not a simple thing. It's a thing of they're going to try to damage you, your character, assassinate you while on your way out the door. So nope, don't do it. Don't do it at the occupations. If you're a private contract, keep that. If they bring it up, you got to test the waters. Well, how deep can you really go? How long can you really hold your breath? Can you breathe underwater? I can breathe underwater. Okay, that's how you got to do that. All right, so here is U.S. Department of Education. And now we have definitions of race. And this was established in 1997. And it says the categories do not denote scientific definitions of anthropological origins. So when people see this, they're going to tell Taharka like, yo, man, you messed up. You showed how ignorant you are. And now everybody can see this and say, this is what all the black leaders in the United States is hiding from y'all. It's right there, but they know black people don't read. So since black people don't read, they ain't got nothing to worry about. But when you start, I tell people read. How many times do we read our white time screensaver? 9 times. How many times do we read the caveat? 9 times. How many times do we read the Autochthon standing process instructions? 9 times. Because we know you all have programming that everything's good. You're making a new neural network, but the system is still an illusion. So it will try and create a road to get you to plug back into the old programming. We know this. That's why I'm repetitive about it. Because I know I'm not going to say it one time and it's going to, oh, everything's going to be good. No, it's going to take years. Okay, so we got that. So that's the link there for the definitions. I'll put that in the chat so everybody can see it. So for those that's going to college, going to university, ask your college professor, can you name me a black racial group of Africa? There is none. Okay, so why are we calling ourselves African Americans in a college that's teaching African American studies again? Why? And then at the bottom, it says the U.S. Department of Education endorses these definitions, where as white says a person having origins in any of the original peoples of Europe, the Middle East, and North Africa. Morocco is North Africa. Kenya, Ghana, Nigeria. So now we go to the census one. I'll put that there in the chat. This one is like a knockout punch. Census, race, right to self-identify. Trust I'm not boring anybody.
Never.
Okay, white. So now we have the same, you see here the same definitions here, white. And it's interesting, they put white up at the top here, whereas at the iPads, they put white at the bottom. You know why they did that, right?
Well, not really.
Because in case some of you uppity Negroes do read, you'll realize this is the highest position in commerce.
Oh, okay. Okay.
So they put that at the bottom. Now, this is the National Center for Education Statistics. When you go to the U.S. Census Bureau, they put it up at the top. And that's what Tiffany Haddish did. And that was off her own feminine intuition. So then you have Black or African American. Again, no such a person having origin, Black racial groups of Africa. There are none. Now, this is the one. American Indian or Alaska Native, a person having origins in any of the original peoples of North and South America, including Central America, and who maintains tribal affiliation or community attachment. Who were the original people of the Americas? Do you know, Michael?
We are.
What were they called?
I actually have
what
a
were they
book on
called? They have a name. What were they called?
Yamasee.
No, the Olmecs.
The Olmecs. Oh, okay.
The Olmecs were first. They predate the Incas, the Aztecs, and the Mayans.
My book.
Thick lips. They kind of look like you. Broad nose, bald head. So
have you ever read
go ahead.
J.A. Rogers' Sex and Race? Because I saw a picture of
yes, it's in that book of the Olmecs, the big stone. Yep. So there's that, J. Rogers. There's also They Came Before Columbus by Ivan Van Sertima.
I have that.
So here we have,
I have the historical.
Okay, so here we have historical anthropological evidence that you all are descendants of the original peoples here in the Western Hemisphere. Doesn't mean you have no connection to Africa. That's not saying that. What it's saying is there were original peoples in the West. They know this. So that's you all. If you all do not say anything on social media about it and drop the Black or African American moniker, y'all can forget about expecting some type of a savior or remedy or what's the word, freedom to come, because you're not associating or tying in to the genetic and DNA blueprint that makes up you all, because some of you do have mixtures from East and West. So you acknowledge your family DNA lineage makeup. That's what I'm advocating, because we have people in our nation who are Chickasaw, Cherokee, Garifuna, etc. We're not limiting that because we know this was deliberately done to keep us split up. You understand? Right. So everybody has those two links that I just put in there. Now, when we go down here, I'm reading this because this is what teachers do. They teach and you all have to implement. And I advocate knowledge is not power. Knowledge is only power when you use it.
Correct.
Anybody could do. So what? I know how to fill out an application. I know how to do this. I could change oil. So what? If you, until you actually do it, you haven't used the knowledge. So back here where it says The 1997 OMB standards, hold on a second, I'll get my pointer so everybody can see where I'm at. The 1997 OMB standards permit the reporting of more than one race, period. Some companies, they don't allow you to do that, so you just check off white. Now they realize you all are waking up, they're putting the words Caucasian in there. So if you don't see white, but you see Caucasian, and you're applying for a new gig, Caucasian. An individual's response to the race question is based upon self-identification. An individual's response to the race question is based upon self-identification. The Census Bureau does not tell individuals which boxes to mark or what heritage to write in. For the first time in Census 2000, individuals were presented with the option to self-identify with more than one race, and this continued with the 2010 census. So what is race? The data on race were derived from answers to the question on race that was asked of individuals in the United States. The Census Bureau collects racial data in accordance with guidelines provided by the U.S. Office of Management and Budget, and these data are based on self-identification. Do y'all hear this? The corporation is giving you all the key from a census standpoint to change your race and ethnicity. Now you have one who's actually done it, showing you how to do it properly. And if you run into any problems where they are resisting it, you have access to international remedy, recourse. You can get complaints put out in the international realm, which is what Malcolm X was talking about. But you have these fools coming on here talking that they asked to speak to me. I did not, so we'll make that clear. He wanted to talk to me. I said, well, if he wants to talk to me, it's going to be on Zoom and it's going to be today. I ain't doing no other day. He agreed to it because Mbutu was the one who was setting everything up. So now you all see why Taharka Bey was upset. Because a lot of these Moors have social security cards. They may have added Bay at the end of it, but the race is still checked off as Black or African American. Okay, so you see what I'm saying?
Yes.
So the government has given you all, this is what would be considered a mathematical error, that if they even try to fix this, they'll expose the error. So they have to keep y'all, oh, well, we're going to make, you know, a Black Japanese samurai movie. We're going to make Black this. We're going to make Black that, to keep you all distracted from realizing all you have to do is start calling yourself 3 words. I'm going to put it in the chat. And this is the test. If people cannot do this, they don't understand what's really going on here. This is a damn game that you're being forced to play, and they're withholding the rule book from you. I'm putting it right here in the chat. I am white. If you can't say that, you don't understand what the government just gave you all. Okay, so that's there. Anything else?
That's it.
All white. White power.
All right. Have a good day. Have a good day. Have a good day.
Have a good day. Have a good day. Let's see who's next here. Is Dakota there? You had your hand up, or did I answer your question? Dakota?
All right, Chief. I'm here, Chief.
Yes. Did I answer your question?
No, I just want to make a statement, Chief.
Say what?
Just want to make a statement.
Go ahead.
Just didn't want everybody to understand. It's just from me personally. Every time I turn around, I get contacted on Facebook, inbox with people from North America, Great Seal, and I always ask them questions. And they try to pull me away from you, and I ask them, show me your work that you've done to help other people. And the conversation ends right there. Now, gentleman, I've got his name that took his certificate down off his Facebook page about 2 weeks ago. But for some reason, he contacted me. And I asked him, what's the problem? So he got proof. Proof of what? I'm muted. Oh,
no, you're on. I can hear you.
Okay, so Chief. So when he said he got proof of you doing something wrong, and I said, okay, shoot. The only thing he said was something about a Facebook name. I'm like, what are you talking about? And he couldn't expound on it, so I blocked him. I mean, it's like everybody that come to me that say something, they have no foundation on anything, and I want people to know who's not going through that toxic standard process, who was in it. Chief said, you have to be on a spiritual realm. You can't come here just for remedy because I had a guy say something to me about reparations. I said, yo, forget reparations. He was talking about fiat. So I'm like, dude, reparations ain't fiat. We want our land and resources back. What are you talking about? You want our land. So you gonna give me fiat to purchase back what you stole from me? That don't make sense. Come on, man. Well, come on, you gotta wake up. He was a black guy, of course. His mind was gone. I'm gonna call him a Nubian because he was a black guy. But I tell people all the time, once your eyes open, you see 99% of the matrix is tore up. Everything's a problem in your eyes, and you try to correct everything. And you know, I got friends, they be like, oh, you complain about everything. No, I don't. I see everything. You don't see it. I do. I was woke, and now I'm rising, I'm ascending, and you still down there. That's why you don't see what certain people see. I can see people being done wrong from a distance. Now everything is syntax, but when people speak to me, it bothers me sometimes. Excuse me, I gotta walk away and I gotta do an invocation because people are speaking spells around me, but they don't know they're doing it. But I gotta get that off me. I gotta keep that away from me. And I stop talking to certain people, you know, and my energy, like this past weekend, my energy is going to my mom and my aunt. Cause my mom be like, don't bring that stuff to me. Now they see me in my fast, because I'm not going to stop running around them. I make it a point to put my fast on when I go around my family. And my mom and my aunt sat and talked to me last Wednesday, and they, hey, man, that's a nice fast. Now they compliment me and everything, asking me questions. They are talking to me. They are talking to me now. And, you know, one day I'm going to get up, I'm going to go around there, and I'm going to get them the business.
That's called respect. People want people to like them. Yeah. And I've told people, which do you prefer? And that's the problem with that word love, because that's what got a lot of people get screwed up, because I want people to love me. I don't care about nobody loving me. The most important thing is honor, like honor, respect. The people that even fight you may not like you, but they will respect you because they said, okay, you ain't like the rest of these dumb black people out here. So, okay, and because they know, hey, if we got a tangle, we going down. We go all the way out. And they're like, nah, I don't want to go with him because he's like, he might take that to a whole different level. Nah, we'll just leave that alone. They know who to do that to and who not to do that to. And this is why I said there's an aspect of you have walk-ins jumping into people and they see you. So if you don't have your talismans on, your flag on, you ain't doing anything of a spiritual nature, do not be surprised why you're getting attacked. And if you are getting attacked and you are doing your stuff, just increase it and just learn to fine tune it and get to that level of relaxation and accepting that, because that's what it talks about. You're going to get persecuted. See, we're telling people up front, this is what's going to happen. And people thought it was a joke. Then when stuff got real, they want to get mad at me. Like, if you didn't tell me, my life would have been better. I said, you was already dead anyway. You got out of that, and now you're alive looking. It's like leaving your body and looking at your body like, oh, wow, all these parasites was sucking off. No, I got to stop this. Whereas you got people will see that, oh, well, whatever. What can you do about it? I'm just going to go back into sleep. It doesn't matter. That is why we seek the living amongst the dead. And when you're like this, I know the way you sound, Dakota, is funny to me. It's like, yeah, I know when people used to say, man, Chief, why he's so hard? Why you like, now you like, yeah, I see it now.
I do.
I see
You gotta
it.
be like that. You gotta be.
I see it.
You gotta.
Your family and you ain't got to tell your family nothing. Now they have to respect you because they're like, look, if you bring up that Jesus stuff on me, I will obliterate you. Don't want to hear none of that Jesus stuff, especially when they say, oh, we made that. That was the Flavians. We did that. Titus did that. Caesars did that. So that was a game. Again, program. And so these are things that I can say it. We put it just to give people, try to soften the blow a bit. But everybody's experience is going to be different, but you will experience it. And then people will realize, like, this is what we've been, this is what you're dealing with. So now you have these same people talking about they want freedom. They don't want freedom. They want freedom on the plantation. They want to be able to go get trinkets and stuff. They're not trying to separate, get out, do your own thing. You're going to have to know commerce. You got to know law. You got to know, see, look how much, you're on training. Look at what you've learned in the last couple of years, what you were not taught in college, if you went to college or if you went to a trade school.
Didn't know it existed, Chief.
Overstood. Now, don't they have if they're about educating, so as they say, these are things you should have known. So that means the labor pool on the planet is dependent upon people who have the ability to produce pigment in a state of ignorance, because that is what's fueling the labor. So that's short and sweet. The moment the people who have the ability to produce pigment wake up, it doesn't mean commerce is over. It's just going to change into a different form that the current people who are on top cannot fathom. That's why the Rothschilds said, hey, we are in uncharted waters. The Rothschilds know, the Red Shield knows who I am. They know what I've done. I was like, look, as long as I keep telling everybody, that means everyone else is like, yes, this is what you have to do. Y'all are the original on the planet. Everybody outside of the United States corporation is looking to you all to be the leaders, and you all are not doing it. I'm talking about the Black and African American. I ain't talking about the white and the Autochthon. I'm talking about the Black and African American, because they can't do it. And Kanye West told the secret. He said all the people, the Black actors and the Black entertainers can't do it, because he said, because they're enslaved. So that song, when he said we the new slaves, he was telling it, he can't get out of that position that he's in. Overstood. Now, I give the remedy, and now you got Negroes coming on, getting upset. I'm like, you can get upset at me all you want. Elizabeth is a fraud. That's been proven. They said, here's what the original Britain looks like. You all start embracing that reality, and you put that darkness around you, and you see darkness on your walls. I'm telling you, y'all gonna trigger your melanin to get into that position and start revamping and revitalizing and strengthening y'all. That's what the pictures are for. That's why I tell people to do the memes. The memes alone can crush the matrix, just the memes alone. Do you all have any idea, for those of you who've seen the picture and me in the throne room, do you know what that even signifies? For that to be even, nobody has done that. And I give gratitude to Rolandra. I don't know if she's on or not, but I give gratitude to her for putting that together. This shows that y'all are ready to make the next step forward. You got intergalactic beings, some of which are our relatives, that are like, okay, we have to stop the planet from destroying itself. And then at the same time, we're trying to hold up the universe for you guys to wake the hell up. We ain't got time. So that's why when I'm very like, look, this person is not getting this, no, either put them on the bench or put them in the red shirt or put them in the stands, and then say, okay, look, like you might be ready. Let's check you back in 6 months or a year. This is not a joke. Clear?
Clear.
I appreciate your comment. Wonderful comment. Like I told you, that white power, they can't, this is it. They can't mess with your family. Got to honor you. They don't have to like you, but they have to honor you.
You can do it, Chief.
Have you can do it? Let's see here. I had, who else was over here? We've got a lot of questions. I'm just going to get to these questions here. Sa, you had your hand up? Okay. Let's see here. Don Ilbay, go ahead.
Can you hear me, Chief?
Yes, I can hear you.
Have you good door?
Have you could do. You gotta do something about that white light, man. That you'd so dark. I can't see this man. He got it right in the center of the
Hold
room.
on.
Can't see it. There we go. There we go.
All right.
All white. Great. How you doing?
Oh, I am that I am, Chief.
Fantastic. So what's your
as you know, Naga is the one who introduced me to you.
Yes.
I've been knowing him for a long time. I was disappointed that the meeting went that way. I just want to put this on public record.
Yes.
When he mentioned to me about Taharka, I had never heard of Taharka. And I started watching some of his videos. From what I saw of that more, I thought he would be more open to a discussion when he got his opportunity to talk to you. I don't know if at this point, if you would still be willing to go on his channel and talk to him, but probably not. I don't know.
No, I don't got to talk to him about anything. Everything has been laid out. I am the one who got all the crests, the Moore crest claims. I have all of that. See, the point is, it's a mental. See, these guys. It's funny.
Let me finish, G. Before you go, let me finish.
Go ahead.
I think the problem is when Naga first started talking to me about Taharka and opening the temple, because we close, and this is gonna separate us. As a matter of fact, this morning I got a message that this would happen. But I thought it might go another way, but it did. It went like it did. That I would have to separate it away from it for a while, and that's what I'm willing to do. Even though I'm still not through the process with you yet, I'm gonna have to do that for a minute so I can get myself together. But when he started mentioning about the temple, my first question was, well, we separated it from the Moral Science Temple of America because we did the affidavits. So how are we gonna open a temple if we separate it from it?
Thank you.
So, the next question was, well, they have the same, or the next statement was that they have the same status that you have. So that's when I started asking him, well, have they completed UCC? Have they went through the UCC process? They don't deal with UCC. So I was like, nigga, that's a red flag right there, because they don't understand commerce. And so when Taharka was speaking to you, I immediately knew that he is not familiar with commerce, because when he was asking you about compensation,
yes,
from conversations he thought he knew, you're dealing in the etymology of commerce. So the words that you use have an effect on the conversation, what you say.
Yes.
You don't deal in compensation. That's not what you do. The things that you do are what they are, they're not compensation. So I was glad it happened. I thought it would go in a different direction. I thought Taharka would at least open up and hear some of the things you were saying, but he did not. He was ready to respond. Yeah. And it was sad. I thought he was more enlightened than that. And it just showing me more and more where the Moral Science Temple of America is. And that was the reason I thought me and Naga were on the same term. Well, now that I see that he has not a complete understanding of commerce. People don't understand. Black people have a block. The spell is blocking them from understanding that we are caught up in commerce. Calling ourselves white is a part of changing the energy, but it's also part of changing commerce. That's why we are on the bottom of the totem pole of everything.
That's why black people are on the bottom.
Black people, not we. Let me separate. Yes, black people are on the bottom of everything because black people refuse to understand that the commercial side of everything. And so we had this discussion. I wanted to make this public with you because I plan on, I'm not making no excuses. I still need to finish up my process. Work was making me, but I'm away from that work now, so I have time and I'm gonna make the time to get with you like I'm supposed to. And I actually went through my emails and saw where you sent me an invite to be on the Indigenous Standing Process, and I missed that work. So I need to get back with you. But anyway, I wanted to just comment and make it public record of that I knew about the Taharka Bay situation because of how close me and Nagar have been over the years. I've been knowing him over a decade. And so I just thought this meeting would go in a different direction. But I wanted to make this public so that me dealing with you, there's no interference. I've already unfriended Nagar on Facebook and Taharka. And like I said, I didn't want any confusion in between me going in between with the process, so that you wouldn't think I'm on some type of other level.
Overstood. And I appreciate that. And that's all what this is. Honestly, I really appreciate that. And this is what we're talking about. Like, we can't have major change in the world because it's not only you're going to get remedy, it's other people that come after you that's going to get remedy. And then they'll say, oh, well, who was the trailblazer? Where are you, in Missouri, right?
No, I'm in New Orleans.
New Orleans? Okay. Yeah. So New Orleans. And so they're like, this is someone that was in that area that did it. And then people, as they start going through it, they realize this is how tied down in the contract, in the game they got Black people in. And then what's sad is, oh, you have the choice. Because they're going to hit people come 2024. Because 2024 is when the International Decade for People of African Descent is over. No Moors, no Pan-Africanists, no Black church leaders. None of them are talking about the UN International Decade for People of African Descent. They're not talking about it. So that tells me, okay, those people are controlled. They're being told, do not talk about that. Then when 2024 hits, whatever they're going to do in 2024, Kanye said he's running for president. So expect Kanye to be running for president. They'll get Negroes and he'll be like a Jesus figure, right? Because he put, see how they're already dropping it now. They're already dropping it now. He's going into jail.
You're talking to prisons, right?
Going into the prisons, because it's talked about that in Acts or somewhere in the New Testament talks about going into prisons, free them. I said, that's all fine and dandy, but they're still Black African Americans. So until that's changed, you ain't freeing them. He's doing what's called an Emancipation Proclamation move. And for people who don't know, when they talked about, well, the Emancipation Proclamation was when slaves were freed. No, it was when they were moved from one plantation to another plantation.
Another plantation, right.
And so that's all Kanye West is going to be doing. That's why they won't talk about me or bring up my appellation, because I ask very simple questions that I'm teaching people. We don't need to ask complex questions. We just have to ask very simple questions. Like Einstein said, if you cannot explain it to a 6-year-old, then you don't comprehend what you're doing. Okay. The government said you don't have to be Black. You can be white and you can choose to be white. Now, granted, it's kind of messed up because the pre-program was already put in there of them calling themselves Black or African American. However, the corporation did say, and they'll say, we gave you remedy. Because from 2015 to 2024 will be 10 years. They said, hey, we gave you guys 10 years to change your situation. Y'all didn't do it. So now you are saying to the world that you all and your posterity will be perpetual slaves. Hence, slavery will be rebooted. So when we see what's happening on the financials with the stock markets and everything, and they're starting about revamping, rebooting, and all that, resetting, what it is okay, these people who have the ability to produce nubunin, which is they call melanin pigment, they're waking up. This is going to affect commerce. That means people who are used to getting their Amazon packages in a day, 2 days, or in a week, there's going to be a problem, because then they're going to say, hold on, we got to pay them because they're the original people that were on the planet. So we can't pay them a minimum wage. You have to pay them a maximum wage. See, ain't nobody heard about what's a maximum wage. Everything that they are doing commercially, I don't care if it's them, Toyota, whoever else, what that means is the maximum wage is in lieu of, you can't put a price, they limit what labor is worth, but they want to maximize the car lease, a house, instruments. They want to maximize that, keep the costs low, but maximize how much they can get for it. For example, there was a BMW put a calendar out, They only made 5 of them. And yeah, I think it's BMW. Who is it? BMW or Volvo? Not Volvo. The other one, Mercedes. I think it's Mercedes. Put out a calendar, and they only made 5 of the calendars, but the calendars are $1 million.
I did see that. I was wondering what that was about.
That's what that was. That was a calendar, and they said they'll only be available 1 on each continent. There's 7 continents, but there's only 5, or whatever. But you see my point. So they're going to maximize whatever product it is to get the max out of it. Since we have been deprived of that, we are the white autochthons I'm talking about, not for you Afro-Americans and you Negroes coming on here wanting to stay black. This is for us. It ain't for y'all. Y'all don't deserve no damn reparations.
Well, go ahead. I'm going to ask you about that.
Yeah, and the thing is, because since everything has been created off of theft, starting with banking.
Exactly.
And the original people are outside of that. That would make us limitless, infinite, eternal. So as such, we cannot be, our wage cannot be capped.
Okay, that makes sense. I see where you was going with that. You just brought it all together. All right.
Say that again. Say that again.
I say you just brought it all together, what you said with that last statement.
You can't, how are you going to put a cap on people who have infinite, their hair is in a 9, which is symbol of infinity? How can you cap their wages?
And we were already here, anyway.
Exactly. So therefore, everything that they're doing in that system, and see, that is what can cause the system to collapse, because corporations are what? Finite, like a piece of paper, finite. Hold on a second here. I want to show people so they got that imagery. So this is corporations, finite. You are 3-dimensional. Your cells constantly change per day. Your DNA changes. Every few years, there's different changes, mutations. Sometimes there's mutations, sometimes there's improvements depending on what your health is. Is everybody getting this?
That changes what information too.
If you get what I'm saying, because I want to make sure I ain't losing people.
Not going too far. But that changes with information. Your cells change with information.
Exactly. Correct? So what Noble Drew Ali did in 1928 was good for 1928. What Nation of Islam did in 1940 is what was good for 1940. Go ahead.
Now, speaking on that, one of the things we were discussing, and I don't want to stay on that Taharka thing too long, but like I said, I want to make this public. So as I go on, you don't think I have a different type of agenda, because I don't. I'm not no agent. I am white, and I understand fully. I got where you were going when you were talking with him, everything. It's ever since I've been in the meetings and listening to the webinars, it just clicks with me, and it's where I'm supposed to be.
Yes.
But one of the discussions is that Taharka does everything the prophet does. And one of the things I was explaining to him was when the prophet started what he was doing, the prophet was not born under a social security number or birth certificate. Also, that came along after. We born under social security and birth certificate system. So we are caught up in a UCC commercial process. Is that correct?
Bravo,
what the prophet was doing, because the prophet was not born under the UCC guidelines, because he had no birth certificate or social security number attached to it. That's what I was trying to explain, and that just went in one end out the other. And that's the spell, the black spell is, you could think you understand something, but talking about black people,
yes.
And my friend Naga, because I could sit and have a conversation with him about UCC in the same breath, it come back and it go in one end and out the other. Is a misunderstanding. No, so I appreciated the point you said about maybe letting them sit on the sideline for a while and see what happens, because he the one introduced me to you.
And there's always people that will be donkeys. And that's all their job was to bring the anointed, the Christos, the Yahshua, the Messiah. He brought you to Jerusalem, and that's it. And then he hopped on and went on his way as the donkey and went to another destination. That's how it happens.
I didn't see that coming though, Chief. I really didn't.
No, I didn't either. I was expecting this to be a great conversation with Taharka because I've seen some of his stuff in terms of talking, but I like getting into the flag stuff because I'm like, you're saying you're under Morocco, and we got a recording from the Moroccan consulate in New York that said Moorish Americans are not Moroccans. So which is it? Are you Moroccan, you Moorish American, you Moroccan American, you Moroccans, you Moabite? Moab, keep in mind, was the product of incest. So that's another thing. So what are you? Oh yeah, that's right there. That's Moab. Moab was the product of incest.
Well,
they'll say they're a Moabite and a Canaanite. I said, well, Canaanites were the ones that had the curse of leprosy. So why are they saying, like Tosh Tariq Bey will say he's a Moabite Canaanite, but then you wear a Amarayan unk around your neck?
Always confused me. I didn't, but I just, not knowing.
Except the power. If people want to know, how do I, not get caught up in confusion? You accept what is in front of you and investigate it. That's how. And then when you cross-reference, you see, oh, this guy's talking both sides of it. He's trying to talk like he's deep, but then he's this and he's that. I said, oh, okay, I see what that is. I get it. I get it. Because this is why what do they bombard Black people, African-American people, minority people with? They bombard them with information. So
exactly. Useless information.
So what causes an overload? People like, I don't want to deal with this. This is too much. And then because they do that, they don't even want to investigate or even say, okay, I know I need to stay away from so-and-so. So that's the reason for that. So I appreciate that. Like I said, I honor what you just did. That makes, that is major. That is what we're talking about. Freedom has to be your motivation. You're going to get the finance, but how you going to get finance if you ain't free and freedom is your foundation? How? You can't. And it's something that people can't comprehend because it's like trying to explain if you were living the lifestyle of, let's say, an NFL player, you can't hang around the people you used to hang around with when you was growing up. Some of them you can, but the majority of them, no.
Yeah.
You're on a different level. Or Rick James, Hollywood lifestyle.
Yeah.
Hollywood lifestyle. Charles Murphy tried to get into Hollywood lifestyle.
Yeah.
Being white is a different thing. James Baldwin said, being white in America means you don't even have to think about it.
Yeah.
I am white.
I want to ask you one more question too. You're overstanding on this this reparations thing. Now, because I saw it said Afro descendants and indigenous peoples, right?
Yes.
So I'm like,
send me the link. Let me put that up so everybody can see, because they got people all juiced up running. Oh, they said click this link and get this app, and I was like, hold on a second.
Yeah, it's something from the Venezuelan president. And
well, this is, I don't believe that. You know why I don't believe it?
Tell me why.
I don't believe it and I don't accept it. And the reason for that is Venezuela has gone through an economic crisis / a trade war coup going on in Venezuela. We know people that are in Cairo, which is Trinidad and Tobago. And let's see, hold on a second. Okay, can you see my screen?
Yeah, I can see it.
Okay, let me just go to my chat here because Saad did put it in here. Okay, here it is. Good. I'm just clicking on it and waiting for it to come up. So what happened is there's people in Cairo, which is Trinidad and Tobago, who have been
What happened?
Stuff we were doing. Okay, back. I'm back. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay. Yeah, it's saying it's unstable. So. Okay, so Cairo, the people down in Cairo were telling us that because of the economic problems and stuff going on in Venezuela, a lot of them were leaving Venezuela and going to Trinidad and Tobago starting to marry, becoming migrants, etc.
That's it right there. Yeah.
Yeah, this is the article. So I can't see how this is real when Venezuela can't feed their own people. So how are they giving $600 billion to African Americans with Iran for Africa? I said, that don't even, I haven't read this entirely yet. I have to read this. I'm telling everybody right now, don't sign this stuff. Do not.
I've read it, and it says something. Yeah, it says something about some from oil company.
I have to investigate this. This is suspicious again. People from Venezuela left Venezuela. Some went to Guatemala, Honduras. Some are going on that long train to come to the United States. So how are they giving $100 billion in reparations? See, because they know most of y'all that's in Southern Turtle Island, y'all don't look outside of your own state, much less the country. So to me, this is not legitimate.
And the thing is, you're supposed to, on March 23rd of next year, you're supposed to go to your city hall and vote to remove yourself from under the official government of that city. That is the stipulation on getting $100,000.
No,
reparation.
No, I'm not hearing anybody that is of this. Does not make sense to me. How? Because look, they're in a restaurant. You don't see anybody behind them.
Right. There's nobody there.
So what happened with Venezuela? How are they giving? Because people from Venezuela would be upset. Like, how come these African Americans, right? Why are these Negros getting all this money? And people who were in Venezuela had to leave Venezuela.
Right.
So I'm not buying this. I'm going to investigate, and I thoroughly expect, strike that. I thoroughly anticipate that people will do their due diligence. When the old saying is, if it's too good to be true, it usually is. They got the UN. This is the UN logo here, and I'm just not buying this.
Yeah.
I'm not buying this. This is too simple. This is, and here's the thing, for them to say from Venezuela and Iran, I got to see where Iran is. Isn't Iran on a list of countries that Americans cannot travel to?
Well, from the article, it says that they sanctioned by the United States to do this. So I don't know. It don't make no sense.
Hold on. What was that 90-day? Where was the country? No, that was Syria. They said he couldn't go to Syria.
Okay.
But you got to check to see where Iran is with the State Department in terms of travel.
Okay. And if it even makes sense, because if you can't travel there, why would they be giving people here money?
This is old saying, when something is too good to be true, it usually is. People want to know, I will go to the spirit realm on this stuff. I'm not buying this. Is too, because if they can kick out 600 billion, hey, I got a 999 trillion euro bond that's in Puerto Rico that the Secretary of the Treasury of Puerto Rico has. They owe me for that. I'm waiting on that. And I know that somebody took that, flipped it over and signed that like a check, and they monetizing off of that 999 trillion euro bond that I did. So I'm owed for that.
Okay.
I'm saying Taharka has no idea. What that was a man that's upset because people are probably questioning him at his temple. And what's going to happen is they're going to see this man don't have no solution for us. He got a solution for him. He got a solution for y'all.
Well, he acted real black, Chief.
Hey, black. This is the thing. Yeah. I mean, this is why I'm saying, when I started getting into language, he didn't understand it. He can't comprehend. Him and Professor Griff is the same. Professor Griff is, I heard him, I didn't know what he didn't understand. Them guys is agents, man. Straight up. I called Professor Griff, make phone call, nothing from him. And I admired them when, back when we was a teenager, listening to It Takes a Nation of Millions to Hold Us Back and all that. I met him. So this is not me talking. I've said this to people before. I met him. We were in Atlanta. I made it time. We sat across from each other. We sat across from each other, and I gave him information on UCC and official code of Georgia, and wanted to get to teach the community information on UCC, and I never got a phone call. He kept going back and forth to Japan.
Huh. Yeah. And he's not simple minded enough not to understand.
No,
He knows.
so I'm not mad at these guys, not even Taharka.
Yeah.
No, I'm more upset at Nega, because Nega was the one that sent me the text message yesterday. Oh, I was told to open a temple. Why are you sending? Why? Well, I told you on Facebook. No, send me a text message. Don't send me no damn Facebook when you was telling me you were opening a temple in a text message. Why didn't you wait till you got on Facebook and did it? No, you sent me a text message. Now you turning around and answering my question on Facebook. Why not in the text message? So all those texts that he's got, I'm going to screenshot all of them. I'm going to upload them so everybody can see the conversation. That's somebody that's religious. I'm not no fool. Oh, I speak with Amma. I speak with Anu. I said, well, tell Anu I need this stuff settled. You talking to Anu?
I've seen. Yeah.
You talking to Anu? Good. I want this stuff settled. This got to be, because here's the thing. There's a video. I don't know if I have it on this one close. There's one Robert Morningsky did. If anyone's familiar with Robert Morningsky, you can get Robert Morningsky. He had a video on Facebook where he talks about the black gods of America. And so in there, he goes through the whole story with the Anunnaki. And the talks about the lizard queens or reptilian queens. And he says it was about what? Commerce. That's what it's about. The Greys are the bookkeepers. Are you still here? Oh, did they kick him off? Ooh,
they kicked me out for a second. I'm back.
Okay. So the Greys are the bookkeepers based on this corporate hierarchy. Then you also have the Intergalactic Confederation, which has quarantined the planet. Right? This is the level that I really prefer to be dealing with more, but I got to deal with this stuff because some of you all have to get raised up. Some of y'all got to come. Some of y'all got to join me on that intergalactic level. This is not no joke. I'm dead serious about this because two of the elders that came with us when we made that appeal to the Intergalactic Confederation, they're on here. One's in Puerto Rico or Borinquen, and the other one is in New York, upstate New York, and they're both on. So when I said, okay, the old saying is from the movie The Secret, your wish is my command, whatever you tell the universe, it'll grant you. So we said, look, we want these reptilians, we want them and the Satanists removed from the planet. After we did that, 5 of us, all of a sudden, and even now as we speak, there's IFOs, which you call UFOs, that are showing up in all parts of the planet over major cities during the daytime, also at night, even at events. And you're seeing them more so in the daytime. Taharka, who's in Arizona, same time zone is I'm talking about Taharka, not Taharka.
Oh, okay.
This is he's a trainee of mine. He's in Arizona, and he really stays in tune with all the UFO sightings and stuff, pertaining to extraterrestrials and whatnot. And there was an article he put on today that I saw because I was getting everything prepped for today, where they said there was an armada of lights. So Taharka, if you have that, put that link in the chat for everybody to see. They said there was an armada of lights that was at least 1,000 miles long.
I seen that article.
Okay, so you saw that, so you know what I'm talking about.
Yes.
Stuff is coming. We asked the IGC. This is an intergalactic confederation of planets to stop this. And it's not like remove them and now take care of us. No, remove them and we will take care of ourselves. This is where our word comes in, which is responsibility. Not no Space Ghost talking about anyone telling me they talking to Amma. I said, okay, I tell Anu I said Hotep. He never responded to it. I said, then you ain't speaking to Anu. I know, fool. You trying to get me with that mind game. Like, I'm special. I'm telepathically. I'm like, listen, tell Anu, pay this nigger.
Chief.
White power. Have you good do it. Have you good do it.
Have you good do it. White power. Have you good do it.
Let's see who's next. Let's see here. Anu, yes, Anu. Oh, I got out in Laguna Beach. Yo, man, we saw Savages. Did you see that movie Savages yet?
Oh, no.
No, turn your mic on.
Can you see me?
Yeah, I can see you.
I can't see anybody. It's a trip.
You can't see
anyway,
anybody? Make
no,
sure
I can't see
you're on the right
anybody.
screen.
What'd you say?
I said, yeah, make sure you're in the right screen, that you didn't click out of the Zoom. There's supposed to be, yeah, there's supposed to be the video, because I could see you.
Geez, that's crazy. I can't see anybody. Anyway, I just had to chime in on that that Venezuela thing, Marco.
Yes.
When I first saw that yesterday, I just like said to myself, well, that's very amusing, you know? Because I got some numbers on Venezuela, man. It's like the inflation rate for their fiat went up to 1.6 million%.
So,
and they're can you imagine 1.6 million, 1,600,000%, and then
so what's the exchange rate then?
oh my gosh, I don't know what the exchange rate is, but one of their bolivar is equivalent. Well, to get a chicken, okay, if someone was just to go to a store and buy a chicken, it costs them 14 million bolivar. And 14 million bolivar is equivalent to $2.21 US fiat.
Damn!
So how in the world can they be in on a $600 billion venture for African Americans? That makes no sense.
I'll tell you what it is. They want data. Scam.
Yeah.
This is called data mining.
I think it's a heist, because what they're going to do is there's going to be a bunch of these dummies that sign up for that.
Yep.
And then they're going to deport them all.
I'll accept that for value and consideration with reservations. I'll conditionally accept that.
Yeah, I think that's what they're doing. I think that's exactly what they're doing, because these people are going to sign up for it and everything, and then they're going to be deported out, because they're getting ready to redo the thing with the census in 2020 anyway.
Yep.
Craziness. But anyway, I just wanted to let you know.
Yeah. Have you seen the movie Savages?
No, I haven't.
Yo, man, they talking about that city you're in, Laguna Beach, man.
What?
Yo,
okay.
It's on Netflix. Savages is on Netflix. It's talking about Laguna Beach. Yes, quiet ass Laguna Beach.
Okay, let's check it out.
Yo,
all right.
Selma Hayek is in it. Benicio del Toro is in it. John Travolta's in it.
Savages. Okay, I'm gonna check it out.
And so it's based on a true story, or loosely based on a true story. I said, oh, snap.
Dang, that's crazy, man.
Check that out.
Okay. All right, my crew, you're the best. White power.
Much appreciated. Much appreciated. White power. Let's see here. Okay, next up, if you got any questions, Idris Muhammad, please turn your mic on. You there?
Yes.
Okay. Hold on a second here. Let me stop share screen. We got like 54 people on here. Okay, you there? Sounds like you're on.
Yes. Can you hear me, Chief?
Yes, I can hear you. Greetings. How are you?
I'm doing good. Thank you.
Great. So
yes, I was waiting for your response regarding step 5. I haven't heard from you.
Step 5 being what?
Like I made a request.
Oh, a friend request? Okay.
Yeah, I made a request.
The one that handles that. She'll validate that.
Oh, okay, yeah. And,
that.
through Facebook, and
yes.
then afterwards I emailed you on step 5 as the title of the email. And
you emailed me, or you emailed my mate?
Come again?
You emailed me, or you emailed my mate for step 5?
I emailed, I'll tell you the email address. Give me 1 second. Like just the email that showed on the instruction.
Yeah, you could say that. What's the email?
Okay, I have my email up here. The email I send it to is. Let me go to send. Okay, I send it to, I don't know how to pronounce it, but it's ATSIKHATAYM@gmail.com.
That is correct. So my mate will be looking at that and get back to you in time for tomorrow.
Sounds good.
Much appreciated. Anything else?
And I have a question.
Yes, go ahead.
I haven't got to that part yet, but once I do, my question is, you know how you usually that gel ink that I got from Staples or something, like once I get those status correction or declaration of status document, how does it work putting a thumbprint on there?
Which ink are you talking about? Oh, you talk about the like these, right?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, those gel. Like
Okay.
putting it on document.
No, that's not gel ink. I don't know why you're saying gel ink for. This is these are red ink pads.
Oh, okay, okay. I don't know. Mine says it says that.
Where'd you get yours at?
Staples.
Okay, so is it red or is it black?
It's red.
Okay, good. So that's what you're going to be using. Thumbprint symbolizes seal.
Oh, okay.
What did the nobility back in the day used to do when they send an official letter? You see it on Game of Thrones and stuff. They'd have a little thing, prick their finger, and then put the blood, rub the blood on it, then put wax and all that fancy stuff. Those were things that were able to act as a certification that the letter was in fact sent by the nobleman or whichever person was a monarchy or authority, a lord or what have you. And so what that means is people have lost that. That's why a lot of contracts are getting very electronic, where they just say, read this, check off yes, or do an electronic signature. And so now the subject of, okay, UCC is still prevalent, you still have to what? Reserve your rights. Because now when Ancestry DNA had to come, the guy, this is how you know it's real. When the CEOs come out and do a YouTube video apologizing over the contract for Ancestry DNA and Ancestry.com, saying, because in the contract it said that they were saying, they were saying that if, once you sign this, that your DNA is ours. So there's that new movie with Will Smith. There's that new movie with Will Smith where they clone him and then send his younger self back, I think, to kill his older self. He was an assassin. So that's the hot movie that's out right now. And so they said in the contract, whatever technology in the future comes along, we will use your DNA, you know, for tests in that new technology, whatever it may be. Because by you doing the swab, again, dumb black people doing the swab, sending it off, now they have the DNA, and now they can do whatever they want with the DNA. So when people found out that they said they can do that or use it against your family, your genetic relatives, that's when people, hey, what the hell's going on here? Because now it's sounding like some type of a cloning thing. Like somebody needed a database, right, of clones, or hey, we don't have enough, we need more DNA. So from this point forward, that's why you see, if you've seen Friday Comment 109, and you see I talk about the technology, right? And in the technology, I'm making reference to, Saz, your mic on?
Yes, Mooney, I was going to answer his other question.
Say that again?
I was going to address his first question when you finish. I'll mute.
Okay, all right, yeah, because his face just disappeared. I said, what happened? Where do you go? Okay, So as soon as I'm done, I'll let you speak to him, okay? So hold on, Idris, and then my mate's gonna talk to you for your question, okay?
Okay.
All right, so you there? Okay, so from this point on, going forward, oh, there you are.
Okay.
People have to be you have the enemy in your hand right here. People think they don't have the enemy in their hand. You have the enemy in your hand. It's my phone. Yeah, it's your phone, but it's also your enemy. And we were watching, what was that show? Black Mirror. And Black Mirror on Netflix again, watch that. It's a lot of tech-based stories. They might be far-fetched, but no, they're not going to be far-fetched. You all have to constantly impress upon the fact of your indigenous heritage. So regardless of the fact that you're from Somalia, that's irrelevant as it relates to commerce and technology. That has to be, you cannot be assumed to be, oh, well, you're a U.S. citizen, you're this, you're that. No, that's corporate identification of reaching planes of existence by going into nature, taking somebody who was from a tribe in Somalia, and in order to survive, must assimilate into a corporate environment just to survive. And then as such, all your indigenous rights that you would have had are now waived because now you're part of the system or the citizenry, etc. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, and another thing I wanted to know is about that thumbprint. You know how some important documents like affidavits and all of that, when I use on it, like let's say, for example, I get a ticket or some agency send me some kind of document and I respond to it, and let's say that thumbprint I use on it, the document, and they tell me it's some kind of biohazard or something like that. And how do I?
No, I'm glad, that's a great question. If they say that's a biohazard for doing that, they can't say that it's a biohazard. You know why? Because that would violate your human rights.
Okay, yeah, like if they say we can't touch this document and they send it back to me, and they don't, and they say like some of them, what I do is color copy it, and it kind of doubts them.
You're already doing that, then, right? You're already doing that, putting your thumbprints on documents?
No, not yet. It's just I have a friend of mine or somebody that I know who does it. He had that respond. So I'm trying to be really careful.
Is that friend of yours black or white or black or leper?
Oh, and he's not doing, I did tell him about your class and everything.
Yeah, is he black or leper?
Like he's black, right? Like black meaning like he's Somalian himself.
Okay, and he's doing commercial processes, right?
Yes, and all that UCC.
Black has no standing at law. They don't have to honor it. This is the trump card.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to explain to him. I said everything starts from race.
Hear that? He's from Somalia and he's hard-headed. He ain't gonna listen to you.
Yeah, I say everything starts from race. Once you correct your race, then you go down the line. And then he's not listening. He said, it's not about race. And so you got to
really. And he has the gall to say that, but it was some leper that taught him about commercial processes, but didn't tell him that he's actually higher in commerce because of the definitions of what white means commercially, what Caucasian is. Oh, while we're on that subject, I'm glad you brought this up. Where is it here? I got about 5 flipping tabs open, so just hold on a second here. Yeah, I want to give this to everybody. This is the website. Where is it? Real History? Yes. Okay, this is a website, realhistorywww.com. Do you have this, Idris?
No.
Okay, so I'm going to put this here in the chat. Everybody now is going to have this. I have made reference to this website on my I've made reference to this on my website. Excellent website. They got all the old pictures from all the different cultures from Asia, Africa, India, and it keeps showing the theme keeps reoccurring. Now they use the word black, which is not correct. They should actually be using the word white or Nubunan, something, you know what I'm saying, but not black. But for whatever, that's fine. they showing the origins of who the original Europeans are, Asians, etc. And when you go look through this, everybody has it now. When you look at this, you're going to see that they are fully aware that the originals, let's see, is this the one that, yeah, okay, because this is where Nilotic Negro. So they found Nilotic Negro heads found in Europe. So they know that Africans have already been in Europe before that. Now, you know about Cheddar Man, of course, because you've seen the video that I did showing the picture of Cheddar Man, yes?
Yeah, I did watch this, the video, yep. Or the,
okay, and you've seen the picture of Cheddar Man, yes? You there?
Yeah, you're asking me that, right? Yes.
Yeah, about Cheddar Man, not this one, because you've seen this one already.
Yeah, I've seen this one, yeah.
And you've seen Cheddar Man as well, correct?
Cheddar Man? No.
Yeah, that's where the first Briton, you never seen that one where the first Briton is? Oh, here, let me put this up since you said you haven't seen it. Oh boy, you got a lot of studying to do. Cheddar. Okay, so this is in the Guardian. Okay, this is the Guardian in the United Kingdom. This came out February 7th, 2018. I'm going to put this in the chat for everybody. Now, this here is the original the first modern Briton. This is the original Briton. You see that?
And this one I did see it. Excuse me. Yeah, I did see it.
So this here. So since we've seen this,
and the eyes, yep, I remember this one. Yep.
Okay, so that means if there's, how can Elizabeth and her family be royalty if this is the original Britain, the first? And they say, I didn't say this. This is the Guardian in the UK. Okay, so these are the things that if you all don't press upon it, and it has a connection to commerce and the wording, of course, the definitions and the terms match up once you get the correct terms and definitions from where they're coming from. This is what y'all are supposed to be claiming. And so this is why the issue with the throne, the White House, all of that stuff, lepers can't own anything technically. Now that's according to them. So your associate who still wants to be doing commercial processes and hasn't changed his status, he's not going to find no success. Clear?
Yes.
Okay, Sak, go ahead.
Okay, so I see your step 5 email, Idris, and I went to check your step 4, and I don't see where you did that.
Yeah, on Facebook, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I send an email on Facebook. I made a request. I'll tell you exactly the date. I believe I made one. Let me see. Facebook. Let me just log in there real quick. Okay. Oh boy, oh boy. Because step 4 was through Facebook, correct?
Right, to friend.
Yeah, as a friend, yeah.
And a message. But I don't even see your Facebook name on Facebook either. When I do a search, it doesn't come up. And so then I went into the messages and I don't see a message from that Facebook name either.
Yeah, there was another friend of mine that did the same. The first 2 attempts, I think he couldn't find the name somehow. Some way he ended up finding it.
Yeah, that happens. You may need to just send me, like, go to your Facebook page.
Yeah, just leave
copy paste the the URL at the top and a message to me. You can even send it to me here in a private message on this chat, because sometimes Facebook does hide people's pages.
Okay, on the search box, do you mind if you put this and leave out the LLC? Just put X, just put X, then hyphen, mile.
Right now I see it, yeah.
Yeah, yeah. Probably earlier you put a hyphen in it, right?
I just copy pasted what you sent me in the step 5.
Oh.
So now I do see you on Facebook. I see your friend request and I see your message. So the LLC is not on Facebook either. So that's what's always going to throw people off if you do that.
Oh yeah, I made a mistake.
Okay, so I'm going to reply to your step 5 email now. Okay, so you can respond to that and then I'll send you another document. I just sent you an email.
Yeah, thank you. Appreciate it.
No problem.
Is that it?
Yep, that's everything.
Yeah, and Chief, I was gonna ask you a question regarding the post stamp, like the postmaster stamp. Can you explain that a little bit and the connection it has with the red thumbprint and the signature on it and all that stuff?
Which postmaster stamp are you talking about?
Like when you use a stamp on a document,
yes,
you're claiming to be a postmaster. Is that correct or no?
No, not claiming. That's Title 39 USC Section 601, subsection 5 and 6, that the stamps are supposed to be canceled. A lot of things that people used to do back in the day, which were supposed to be done, are not being done today. And so that's why it seems strange. Well, how are you postmaster? The post office, U.S. Post Office, was in existence before the government, first thing. Second thing, anybody who's on the money is a postmaster. So for example, the $1 Sacagawea coin, right? They have different versions, but they have one where her and she's holding a child on her back, which is Jean-Baptiste. That shows that there is a letter. This comes from David Wynn Miller. See, so the Amorites will reveal truth to you, that they had a letter from the president, Lewis and Clark. That was the Lewis and Clark expedition that went up the Northwest Passage. You familiar with that?
Yes.
Okay, so they had a letter, according to David Wynn Miller, they had a letter from the government, from the president, and the stamp was there, and Sacagawea had crossed the stamp out. So by her crossing the stamp out, she became a postmaster, a banker, and a judge.
Yes, I heard about that.
Stamped mail is a very serious thing. You cannot obstruct the mail. You get felony time for tampering with the mail. And that's under Title 18 USC Section 1701 to 1709. So by getting a Sacagawea coin, if you can get your hands on them, you're saying that you're tying into Sacagawea, because she was her husband, and they don't talk about this, even in the movie that Ben Stiller did, Night at the Museum. They just show Sacagawea all, sighing and all this, like she's so lonely, don't have a man. And the thing was, Sacagawea's husband was Ben York. Ben York was the son of Old York, Yusuf Ben Ali, if I recall correctly. And he was from Mali. So Ben York and Sacagawea accompanied Lewis and Clark. And what they did was they were doing the translating amongst the tribes, amongst whom Lewis and Clark and their party came into contact with. So the Sacagawea coin, the crossing out of the stamp, shows that you're the sender, also the postmaster, the banker, and the judge. And specifically, if it's, let's say, $1 or more, or if you use the 2-cent stamp, you invoke the Universal Postal Union.
Okay, I see. Yeah, speaking of David Miller, there's one document that specifically he talks about is live life claim or something to eliminate the contract of SSTQ of 1666.
Yeah, like that's for the claim of the life, I think. But here's the problem.
Yeah.
I'm putting it here in the chat. This is a quantum statement. And I've challenged Russell. I've challenged the Hindu guy that's over in England that supposedly is a di-rector after David Wynn Miller. So what is it for the word of, and I asked them, can they explain this? For the word of the black is with the no hyphen standing slash lack hyphen of hyphen the hyphen standing slash no hyphen rights with slash at the law. And I asked all those guys. So anybody that knows somebody's doing quantum, give them that quantum phrase and ask them if they can explain that. This is the same thing I've talked about with whether it's Gene Keating, Jack Smith, Winston Shrout, the so-called Freeman. It doesn't matter to me, any of them. Why are they talking about the Constitution and not telling people who are Black or African American that they are actually white in commerce? Therefore, they're not for their freedom. Does that make sense to you?
Yeah, it makes sense. I don't know.
So how can they teach a course, whether it's discharging debt, learning how to do documents, what have you, and not tell the people who are African American who come to those meetings that they have to change their status?
Are they aware of that themselves? Like Gene Keating and all them guys that teach us, are they aware about those statuses?
I would have to say yes, because the first article of the Constitution talks about 3/5 of other persons. They have to know that. There's no way they don't know that. Well, let's flip it this way then. Since you're posing that question, who was first on the planet?
What do you mean, who's first?
Who is the first people on the planet? Okay, let me ask it another way. When you go to the dentist or doctor or hospital or specialist, they have those those all colored Bible magazines in there, right?
Yeah.
It'll be the little stories from the Bible. They'll have Adam and Eve and Noah and all that stuff, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so according to them, what color are those people in those books?
Black?
No, they're not. What color are they in the coloring book? They're full color. What color? What do those people look like?
I don't know.
Okay, when you go to a church, let me phrase it another way. When you go to a church, a modern church in the past or even now, when they have the stained glass in there, what color do they show God as? You there?
Yeah, I'm here. Yeah.
Okay, so how long do you have me waiting? About 20 minutes?
Not like I don't know how to answer that.
Okay, well, let me phrase it another way. Christmas time. It's Christmas time all over the place. What color do they have Mary, Joseph, and Jesus? What color are they?
Yeah, they tell everybody like they're white, right? That's what they tell us, right?
Say that again, please.
They tell us. They tell the mass they're white, right?
Okay, so they're pale looking white for the sake of conversation. Okay, what color do they have the Sistine Chapel? Oh no, that's too much. Let's keep it simple then. What color do they show? They've always shown the angels to be.
White.
What color have they shown God to be?
White.
Santa Claus.
White.
Okay, so now you saw my 5-day comment 109, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so now who were the first people on the planet?
Is it Nabuan, something like that?
No, who was first on the planet? I don't care what term you want to use. I don't care if you want to say African. It doesn't matter to me. I just want to know, do you know who was first on the planet? Because if you don't know who was first on the planet, you're going to have an extremely difficult time doing this process. You are from Africa, from Somalia, which is next door to Ethiopia. Who was first on the planet? You actually going to sit there and get silent with me, and you from Africa, and you do not know who was first on the planet? Are you serious?
Is it the Africans? I don't know.
Oh, you don't know? I'm asking you. Do you know?
No,
This is a concern. I'm very concerned. I am extremely concerned about you from Somalia, which is next door to Ethiopia, and you don't know who was first on the planet. Who were the first humans on the planet? Who were the first beings on the planet? So now you're going to get silent on me. Okay, cool. No problem.
No, I don't know.
No problem.
That's
No problem. No, you had your chance. No problem. So this picture here that I have says that the first Martin Britons had dark skin, dark curly hair, dark to black skin. Shedderman DNA analysis reveals. It has always been put out that the first person that walked on the planet was what they call mitochondria Eve. So since the Guardian reported this a year ago, since Dr. Keith Chang admitted that the Chinese and pale skinned people come from the Africans, since Professor Jin Lee tried to prove that Peking man came first and had to admit that the Peking man actually came that Chinese are actually descendants of Africans, not Peking men. That would mean that people who have skin like yours, mine, dark skin, copper color, whether you want copper, melanin, Nubian, I'll take all of them, purple, black, dark, I'll take it all. We're first. So how does Gene Keating, Jack Smith, Joel Osteen, how do they justify the imagery that has been put out to have, like for Christmas time, that, oh, was Jesus was born? Meanwhile, where's the book? I had the book here just a second ago. I have the book that Pope, where is he here? Yeah, I have the book that Pope Benedict wrote before he had to resign, called The Jesus Narrative, saying they don't know when he was born. And now you're from Africa, the Middle East. Somalia is very hot, is it not?
Yes.
Okay. Anybody, and I'm sure you had tourists that come from America that have been there, went to Somalia, and it was hot as hell, yes?
Yeah, I was a kid then, so yeah, absolutely. I grew
Okay,
up,
so
I don't
okay.
know everything there, but yeah.
Okay, so the point I'm making here is, since the first people have been, and this is by anthropology, by scholars, leper scholars, not me, not you. We don't own a lab. We don't own anthropology companies. We don't have any of that. They know who the first people were. How can Gene Keating, Winston Strout, Jack Smith, etc., not know? Which means it nullifies the Bible story, because the area that they're talking about, from Egypt going to Israel, going to what they call the Middle East, which is really Northeast Africa, Syria, Iran, Iraq, etc. That whole area there, Tropic of Capricorn, Tropic Cancer, that area is hot. Sand, very harsh conditions in some parts of that area, correct?
Yes, correct, yeah.
So based on that, and the science that says if you do not have melanin, nubunin, if you don't have the ability, pigmentation to protect you from the UV, you will get skin cancer, right?
Correct, yes.
Okay. Now, in the Constitution for the United States of America, they talk about the fact that African Americans are considered 3/5 of a person in the first article of the Constitution. Now, what's funny is the Dred Scott decision of 1857 has not been overturned.
Correct.
So since the Dred Scott case has not been overturned, we've already confirmed, and even in the 5-day comment number 109 that you saw, there was a leper professor that said, yes, he said that blacks are not considered part of the body politic. They're considered outside of the system, right?
Correct.
So there's no way that Gene Keating, Jack Smith, Winston Shrout, Judge Joe Brown, Judge Judy cannot know that the legal maxim, their ace in the hole, is that black has no standing at law. So until that problem is fixed, everything else that blacks do can be what? Voided, because they what? Don't have standing at law. Now, if it is an advantage to the system, they'll allow it. If there's a breach and they feel, no, we can't let them establish, like Bill Cosby, you see what happened with him, that tells you that they're not interested in equality. It's about genetic survival. And this is what was talked about in the African Origin of Biological Psychiatry. So they know. If they don't know, or if you check my 5-day comment, I can't recall the number, I went on Nibiru News, the guy, the Amorite who has the Nibiru News show, and I said, you got to tell African Americans that they're actually white if you want to save the planet. And his response to me was like, oh, I got to tell every African American that they're God's chosen. I said, I didn't say that, but yeah, you're going to have to tell them that. And he said, no, I'm not doing that. I ain't doing that. I said, well, then therefore you're not trying to save the planet. So all the people that are into the New Age movement, that are into metaphysics, and they're talking with aliens from other planets, I say, cut all this crap. There's a game being played against people who have pigmentation. You're not telling the truth. The extraterrestrial sure as hell ain't telling the truth. I'm in here. I'm not even down there, and I found it, and now everybody now knows, like, wow, and now the UN knows. So until that is done, there's not going to be no help for climate change. You're not going to have no help for protesting, because the people who are doing it, who are black, have no standing at law. They can be ignored. This is the trump card they're playing on people. So people want to associate the word white with skin color. They have not paid, they totally lost it. It isn't about that. It's what position are you in commerce? And if you were astute enough to get through the maze and the tricks to say, yeah, I'm white. And then the people who are lepers, some of them will look at you and they'll nod at you and say, okay, he knows what time it is. And won't tell you, but they know. That is what I'm talking about. So all the people, the gurus and people doing all this, this person about this trust and about that trust and about this document and bonds and all that stuff, if they're not telling the people who come to them that have pigmentation, that have nubunin, which is what the correct word should be, they ain't telling them that they are actually white in commerce, they're not trying to help. Clear?
Yeah, clear. Isn't that the first answer I told you? Nuvenin? But
Nubun is the original name of the people in Africa. They were a group of people. And so we refer to use that word Nubunin instead of the word melanin, because melis comes from the Greek, and that means black. And then the problem is because in English, Old English, dark means absence of light, which would be actually a correct word to use in making reference to, like, for example, outside, it will be saying, oh, it's dark outside. Nobody says it's black outside. They say it's dark outside. So if it's dark outside and you have a pen, an ink pen, and the ink is dark, that's what you should be using, the word dark. That's correct syntax versus using the word black. And you got people who are from India that like to call themselves brown. There is no brown on these race and ethnicity definitions. And they're real clear about that. It's because some of them are attorneys. They say black has no standing at law, so they'll say brown. And this is where Mahatma Gandhi came in, because Mahatma Gandhi was really an enemy of the people in South Africa. He was against black people, and a lot of people don't know that. He was advocating genocide against them. And when they went to the High Court in South Africa wanting, and I think they took it to Europe, to England, they wanted to be called, they did not want to be called black. And so what they did was they said, the court asked them this simple question. They said, are you white? They said, no, we are not white. Then you're black. And that was the end of it. So now they're trying to use the word, I'm brown, I'm brown. So I'm teaching the original people who are the descendants of the original mitochondria Eve, how you crush the whole matrix is by saying I am white, and make sure you master the definition. A person having origins in any of the original peoples of Europe, the Middle East, or North Africa. And for those that have, you can, want to add to that, you said, yeah, I'm also an American Indian, a person having origins in any other original peoples of North and South America, which were the Olmecs and all the First Nations and indigenous peoples and the Bureau of Indian Affairs Indians. They know damn well they're not the first. It was the Olmecs. That's verified by anthropologists. So the bigger question is, those that came on, those that's on the Autochthon Standing Process webinar, are you all going to go forward and continue to live this, or y'all just going to come on and bullshit just so you could get a piece of paper, get your stock, get your credit score to increase, and then go back to being black again? That's the test. Clear?
People on the earth is Nubian, right?
Pardon?
So the first people on the earth is Nubian.
Nubun.
Nubun, okay. Yeah, I answered you that at the beginning. I mispronounced it or something, but then you asked me again and again. That's why I couldn't find a different answer for it, because I don't know.
Accepted for value and consideration. Anything else?
That's it.
Abugador, see you tomorrow. White power.
White power.
Let's go to Aguabana in Borinquen.
Greetings to all.
Rawat, greetings.
Rawat, Chief. Oh yeah, I just want to say that I have been to Mombasa, Kenya, and I never heard the word black over there. They never use the word black. So, I don't know where they get this black stuff from. I had to be on
translators. It's English translators who learned a language, and then when they did the conversion, they said, oh, well, we would say that's black. And then, of course, when we get to Old Anglo-Saxon, black means to be pale. So, of course, this is why they would put like religious books in, translate the language and put it in the language of the people, but not give them the original language with a word-by-word transliteration of it. That was the main reason why they did that.
Exactly. Yeah, I was really messed up. And also, I would like that link to that video where Saul made that video with what's his name, Rabbi Frankelstein.
Oh, you can find that on Facebook. Are you talking about the Rabbi Finkelstein video?
Yeah, I've been looking for it, and looks like they took it away from me. I was watching.
They ain't took that away from nobody. That one is on you. They got a whole bunch of people that got like 5, 6 different versions. Some of them broken up into multiple parts. Oh
yeah.
No.
Yeah, I need that video. Oh, I want that.
So, Sa, I'll make sure Sa sends you a link for it.
Oh yeah. Definitely. I appreciate that.
No problem. Anything else?
But that's right now. That's good right now. But yesterday they took away. I had internet and they just took everything. I couldn't get anything on my computer, even though it said everything else was working, but I just couldn't get it. But I'm straight right now.
All right, much appreciated. I'm glad everything's all well with you there as well.
It's working out.
Great. That's great to hear.
Okay.
Happy Gadur.
Happy Gadur.
Asha Shak.
All right, Chief.
Yeah, your hand was up.
All right, Chief. This is for everybody. Earlier in the conversation with Taharka, is that correct?
Taharka.
Taharka?
Yeah.
Was it he who said that it would take 50 years for you all to figure this out?
No, that was Noble Drew Ali.
Okay, so
now this, hold on. This was when, this is after he had came back from the Havana conference in Cuba. So now the question would have to be posed to Taharka. Okay, if Noble Drew Ali didn't get the land back, as most Moors are alleging, then what did he go to Havana, Cuba for? What was the meeting and why? And that information should be published. And like he admitted that he's a Grand Sheikh. Most of the Grand Sheikhs from the Moorish Science Temple, most of the adepts, the rest of them, they're not revealing the information that the people in the temple should know. So they have nothing. So all the talk that Taharka was talking about today, he don't have nothing. He got to show documents, and he can't show documents. And I told,
well, he actually,
hold on a second. I told Mbutu that I want to talk with him. I don't want this where he's running, he's in the middle of something, which is what was happening. I'm like, what's he running around for? Oh, he had business to take care of. I said, then we don't need to do this then. I said, forget it. And so then, like I said, I'm going to do the screenshots and make sure that everybody gets the screenshot so they can see the conversation I had with Mbutu, and they'll realize that Mbutu is religious.
well, the thing is that what I was getting at is the fact that when that comment was made, the answer to the question had been answered, because the only thing that's constant is change.
Yes.
So for him, I take that statement where Noble Drew Ali said it would take you all 50 years to figure out what I've done.
Yes.
It would take you 50 years to change what you are doing, to figure out what I'm doing. So it's actually a breadcrumb to say, you have to learn how to change with the times.
Yes, agreed. And him, Taharka, Sa Nitir, Sarah Sutan Seti, what was his name? Young Pharaoh.
They're not changing with the times.
These guys, they're changing. They are rigid in their changing, because now it's going to point out, people can see the deficiencies. They can see the holes in their logic. That's what they can see.
Well, you did say that Malcolm X said that they have to come to the UN based on human rights.
Oh, no, before that. Before that. You know what Malcolm X said? You can't tell a black man the truth. You got to spoon feed him a little bit at a time, because if you give him the whole truth, he can't handle it. Black people can't handle the truth. Let me say that again so they know who it came from. Black people right now, African Americans, cannot handle the truth.
Well, I know, because I have firsthand experience with it. Firsthand experience with it. So I know. Basically, that's just it. He answered his question with regards to how you had the claim of all the temples on Turtle Islands and how they were operating as clandestine.
They're operating fraudulently, not clandestine. Fraud.
Fraudulent.
Fraud.
Okay, fraudulent.
Straight up fraud, because he's saying no, Noble Drew Ali didn't get the land back. Now, see, what's going to happen is there's going to be Moors that are going to hear that. They're going to get on him for saying that. They say, what you mean?
He didn't get the land back. What are you saying?
Oh, yeah. Because, see, that's an agent move to me. It's just a piece of paper. I already know that filing in Cook County is a piece of paper. I'm very well aware of it. Now, the question is, why is he still pushing a U.S. flag and a Moroccan? I'm talking about Taharka Bay. Why are you pushing a U.S. and a Moroccan flag when everything is administrative and has been that way since 1938 after the Erie Tompkins versus Pennsylvania case? That means it's all commerce going on.
Right.
You can't tell these fools this because they got a nice little hustle going. So for me to say something is what? Causing a problem. And an angel told me this, called me, and there was no spooters on the phone, never heard from them again. They said, yo, you out there, they said, because you're out there doing what you're doing, these guys can't make no money. because they can't rob people, they can't hustle people. Because you're gonna say that ain't right, that's wrong. Don't do that. And now he said, I want you to shut me down immediately. He's already shut down. This is the export declaration. So for those of you that are in any of these Moor Science Temple groups, you got to do an affidavit to come on our webinar, because I don't trust none of them Moors. None. Let's see here. Okay, so this is export declaration for, this was an MSTA member. So we'll go through this. That's why I want to show this. So I was showing this earlier, and see, I know he got mad because he had nothing to say when I brought up maritime law.
Right.
The maritime law, I said, look, it's in a box. Under the maritime law of boxing, anything in an enclosed area cannot be considered. This is also under the U.S. Federal Styles Manual. So this divine constitution and bylaws that this guy got, because he went to 2 different temples apparently. This is from one temple and another one. Now it says the home office of Noble Drew Ali, 3140 Indiana Avenue, Chicago, Illinois. This is in a box. It's a blank piece of paper, nothing, no contract. This is a fake one. This one here is the fake one that they typed up instead of presenting the original one, which I was going to show him.
But he didn't want to wait.
He didn't want to wait because he already saw it. This is what you have to know, that these guys are finesse masters. If you don't know, you got to see what the other person is saying first. So for him, for people say, why was he getting all emotional? Because he's already seen this. Taharka Bey already seen this because Ubuntu was there. Ubuntu was showing him, because who was helping Ubuntu to set the temple up? Taharka. So Ubuntu tried to tell me, well, I'm not going to go against Amma and Anu. I said, they ain't got nothing to do with this. You got my certificate. You ain't get no certificate from Amma. You ain't get no certificate from Anu. You got the certificate from me, and you still holding it. So that means you acknowledge who's the plenipotentiary. So as such, this is the photocopy. Got Kevin Lovell, I think, up in Lovell. I forget who the guy was. He's in Chicago or Chicago. That I finally put it up. Now, this is what it's supposed to look like. Most of the temples do this. Hold on a second, everybody.
So if there is a temple that opens and the way it should be, and they're doing it in commerce, you have to have.
There will be no temple that can be open, because first of all, they want to use the Noble Drew Ali 1928 doctrine, which is an old program. The software is obsolete. This is what I'm saying. I hope I'm not boring everybody. The software.
No, this is important because.
No, I need you to listen. I need you to listen, Ashachak. The software is obsolete.
Yes.
They can't even function. There's no damn operating system. How the hell are you going to operate a computer and there's no OS? You can't.
You have to use the updated information.
So therefore, what they learned from Noble Drew Ali, whatever is relevant to today, you keep. The rest, you discard.
Right.
This is the same thing that Bruce Lee said. Learn whatever is relevant. If it's practical, it works, it sound, yes, keep it. If it doesn't work, discard it. So what some of these temples do is give the people this. So you see this is typewritten. They don't give them this.
The original one.
So that means all the temples that are going out producing this instead of this, those are your agents. And it's just a hustle. Why did they say a corporation, religious? What is a religious corporation, Ashachak?
What is a religious corporation? It's
Yes.
a business.
It's a what?
Fictitious. It's fictitious. It's
So
dead.
is it real?
No, it don't exist.
So when I went and showed Taharka, I said, look, here's from there might even been one of his up where he's at that they were handing out. anything that's in an enclosed area under the maritime law of boxing cannot be considered.
Well, he should have asked you, can you show this? Can you show this to me? That, I mean,
Yeah, because he already knows the answer. He's a grand sheik.
He's supposed to know the answer.
No, he knows it. You can't get mad at somebody if you haven't seen what they're going to present unless you already have been given a privy of what that person is going to present, or what the person or the individual or Autochthon or whomever you're dealing with is standing for. You have to know the truth in order to conceal it.
So before, as soon as he saw that, he should have already known that you were going to go in a direction.
He knew that. That's why he said, nope, he had to say, you crazy, you double crazy. I'm double crazy, but I got stuff published at the United Nations. Here, I'm going to put the link here so everybody can see it again. On women, on the rights of women and girls. This is the web link here.
Mm-hmm.
Right? We got enough witnesses here. We got 42 witnesses here to see this. This is the type of stuff I'm talking about, to clean up the filth made by the non-submitting fools. So the UN is publishing this, but how is he an authority to say I'm crazy, but the UN is publishing this? And this is, which one is this here? This is 2016, and I got the other one for the rights for, I wanted to show that one. I really wanted to show that one. That was a good one. This is to the special rapporteur on.
And when you mentioned to him about the Libra codes, I was like, he got to know what this is.
What the Libra code was. That's why he took off. He knew as soon as I said this violates Article 33 of the Libra Code, he didn't even ask me, what is that? That told me he knows what it is. They have their temple meetings with yellow fringes around the flags at these MST, and then they tell the people, it doesn't matter if the fringes are around the flags. That's a military base you're in.
Yeah, that's the law of the flag. There's a book on that they got to have.
Okay, so I have to go back and get this one again. I want to show the one on the civil. I want to give that to everybody because that was this year at Sakata. Is everybody all right? Just let me know there's a pulse out there. I know at Sakata. Put it in the chat. If you're bored, tell me I'm bored. Can we move on? If you say, hey, this is fabulous, let me know. That's Sakata. That was SP. Oh yeah, Justice 2019. 2019 Justice Report. So yeah, I have these things here, these tabs open because I wanted to show this to people so they could see it, and I thought I would have been able to explain this. So now this one here to all Moorish consulates, which was a certificate of commercial dishonor. Let me just put this one here while that one's coming up. So this is one of my trainees, Kuyani, down in South Carolina, Yamasee territory there. This should be coming up in a second here. And he did a video to that so-called crappy BS Moorish consulate. And the reason why we're having this issue, is because the people that go there come to me for help. And I keep saying, well, why are you coming to me for? And then when they explain, I said, look, the way we do remedy, they're doing some stupid stuff, some religious stuff. Oh yeah, just stand on your square, stand on the Constitution. That thing is void in court. I'm gonna show that to people who have not seen this, because when people see this, they're gonna say Taharka is not no teacher. This man ain't trying to help nobody. So I, Kuyani, Winono, Nibao L have MST, A, RV Bay, Grand Sheik, Cujo L, all in commerce. Have all in commercial dishonor for not curing or responding to my affidavit, notice of default, and finally a commercial dishonor. Truth is sovereign. All Moorish IDs are rescinded. You all are guilty of fraud. See published links of the affidavit, default, and dishonor here. Affidavit, notice of default with ID sent back, commercial dishonor, and published video of affidavit to dishonor. So I'm gonna put this here in the chat. You can see it, especially for those that have to do affidavit because we will not allow you on there, because if you here, I'm gonna read from Circle 7. This is to show you how much of hypocrites these guys are.
We don't see that, bro. Don't forget to share your screen, Chief.
So nobody's seeing this?
No, we don't see it.
So you're not seeing to all Moorish consulates?
I see the photo with Kuyani on it.
Yeah, that's what I just read.
Okay, yeah, I see that. I'm talking about the Circle 7.
Oh, Circle 7. No, I'm gonna read that.
Okay.
And I'm gonna read that, the one that Malachi York redid. That really early.
That's it. That's the
Kuyani video of fraud by MSTA, Great Seal, Cujo. See, all these guys is mad at me. I said, y'all is government agents. Any Moor that's mad at me is a fucking government agent. Let me repeat that again so everybody can hear. Any Moor that is upset at what I'm presenting to you all to help people is a government agent. Any Moor. Any Autochthon that's mad at me, same goes for you, a government agent. So what's your solution? Don't have one. So I'm going to read from page 17. This is the Holy Quran Circle 7. This was redone by Malachi York. So I'm going to show the picture here so I'll get them all upset. I'm going to stop share for a second here so everyone can see. So here is the picture. This is the version of the Holy Quran Circle 7 that was redone. So I'm on page 17. This is under the divine instructions from the Holy Prophet. Let's see, let's start here. Chapter 5, we'll start at verse 12. One day, as he was bringing forth the tools for work, he said, 13, this is verse 13, chapter 5, verse 13 of the divine instructions from the Holy Prophet. These tools remind me of the ones we handle in the workshop of the mind, where things are made of thought and where we build up character. 14, we use the square to measure all our lines, to straighten out the crooked places of the way and make the corners of our conduct square. 15, we use the compass to draw the circles around our passions and desires to keep them in the bounds of righteousness. 16, we use the axe to cut away the knotty, useless, and ungainly parts and make the character symmetrical. 17, we use the hammer to drive home the truth and pound it in until it is a part of every part. 18, we use the plane to smooth the rough, uneven surface of joint and block and board that go to build the temple for the truth. 19, the chisel, line, the plummet, and the saw all have their uses in the workshop of the mind. 20, and then this ladder with its trinity of steps, faith, hope, and love. On it, we climb up to the dome of purity in life. 21, and on the 12-step ladder, we ascend until we reach the pinnacle of that which life is spent to build the temple of perfected man. So when I asked Mbutu, what type of temple are you building? And he can't answer, that means there's no blueprint. Does everybody understand that?
So let me make sure I get this right. So when there's a request to build a temple, they should have already gotten the Circle 7 book written that has been updated. And when they speak to you, they should be speaking from that point of view. So this way you'll know that, oh, they're moving forward with the new knowledge, not the old information. They're moving in the correction.
They should, if they're saying they're building a temple, there has to be a blueprint. So what kind of temple are you building? Do you understand what I'm saying? What kind of temple are you building?
What you just read the blueprint.
Say it again.
You just read the blueprint.
So therefore, which temple do they technically need to go to?
They need to go to the Circle 7.
No. Somebody can, I'll give you 2 more chances. This is old software.
Right.
Outdated. So what on the scene? Because once the software is outdated, that Moorish Science Temple is outdated, Great Seal is outdated, Moorish government is outdated. All of them is outdated.
This is the blueprint. What we're doing is the blueprint.
And so they have to come to which temple? Technically, if you want to say temple, they got to come to who?
Autochthon Nation of Yamasee Moors.
Say it again.
Autochthon Nation of Yamasee Moors.
Hey, one more time, please.
Autochthon Nation of Yamasee Moors.
And the reason for that is because the prophet, according to them, said you must go to be recognized by the nations of the earth, right?
Sure. Go ahead.
Say it again.
Go ahead, Chief. I'm learning.
You must be recognized. It's in their teachings. You have to go before a nation. Now here it is. It's a UP. This is the submissions report. So yeah. So here, yeah, I want to show this one here. Yes, this one is the actual. Let me go back. I'll put the link here. This is Antera's. Okay, so this is the actual document. So you'll see the email. The prophet said, according to them, you got to go before, you have to be recognized by the nations of the other nations of the earth, correct?
Sure.
So now, here's the link. I'm going to put the link here so everybody has it. So you can see here, this is an email. Email is electronic footprint, international legal document.
Right.
You do IT, give people a quick thing on, hey, if it's an email, what is that fall under?
It's a federal guideline, and it follows. It's under federal laws that all electronic email is considered legal documents that's usable in any court.
Please say that again.
It's a federal guideline, and it's a compliance requirement that all electronic communications, email or whatever type of it, is considered a legitimate document that can be used in any court system.
One more time, please, because that's how they work on threes.
Okay. It's a federal compliance law and guideline that any and all electronic communication or documentation between any parties that's part of any type of investigation or case can and shall be usable in any court of law. And these here, United States of America or United States.
Okay, so now what you see is Justice Report on the screen.
Mm-hmm.
You see Indigenous, Office of the High Commissioner for Human Rights. You see Nanya Ale, kemet19@gmail.com. And you see Indigenous OHCHR. So from them, well received. Many thanks for your contribution. Best regards. And what does it say there at the bottom here? Under best regards?
I can't see it. I'm not that close.
I'm zooming in.
Best regards, UNSR Indigenous People Support Team. United Nations SR Indigenous People Support Team.
So this justice report, we're going to go to the next page, was received by who?
By the Indigenous OHCR. CHR. OHCHR.org group.
So this is an international communication. You have a copy of this, yes?
Yes, I got it now.
So Taharka Bey coming on, saying what he said, demonstrated his ignorance.
Incompetence. Incompetence. Incompetence.
I'll accept that and I'll take that for value. So he demonstrated his ignorance and his incompetence. So that means he should have known, ought to have known, must have known who he's talking to, because this is what, not this particular email, but there was an email where I sent the report to the UPR report to the UN. That's when Elizabeth back on October 16th came out and did not wear the crown jewel, because the UN has a copy of the liens. They have that. The liens on that. So that thrown it in England, that's it. So they know. So this is the type of stuff I'm talking about. Okay, so I put that here in the chat. Does everybody have it? Let me just double check here. Okay, yeah. So everyone's got the justice report.
So what he's doing, that's just smoke and mirrors. He just want to come. He just came on to act a fool.
Yes.
Period.
Yes. And then here's another. This was from that BS Moorish consulate nonsense. This is Sequoia in your neck of the woods.
Right.
Yes, this is the email here. I'm going to switch the screen over. Oh yeah, I want everybody. This was I was going to show. I was giving Taharka gifts and he spit in my face. So I was like, do you know that everybody's going to see this? They're going to be laughing at him. So Jamal from the Moorish consulate steps down from the Moorish consulate. They all have to come through Atsakata. This was from Sequoia to myself. So he sent them. So that means Taharka, because those guys, him, Taj, Tariq, Cujo up in Toronto, all of these guys, they all know. I told you these guys as agents, they all know. So when Sequoia sent that to the Moorish consulate, all of them know. That's why Taharka didn't want to hear nothing, because once this got presented, he doesn't have an answer. Shut down. So he had a meltdown moment in front of everybody.
Right.
So declaration of U.S., Canada, Mexico. He didn't have anything to say to that when I presented this to Taharka. Chief Nanya Shaabu El faxes the World Bank, liens and statement of claim on Elizabeth II. Taj Tariq Khatib Bey perjures himself. Atsakata weekly address number 12. With all due respect, brother, I saw your video around different from the consulate. I advise you to get in contact with Chief Nanya Shaabu El of the Atsakata Nation of, can you see this?
Yes.
Chief Nanya Shaabu of the Atsakata Nation of Yamasee Moors. Let me see, so go here. There we go. Which is recognized by the UN internationally as an IPO and a CSO and an NGO.
Wait. Repeat that again.
I will repeat that again.
Which is recognized.
Okay. With all due respect, brother. Now, he sent this to this Jamal at the UN. I saw your video around different from this consulate. I advise you to get in contact with Chief Nanya Shaabu El of the Atsakata Nation of Yamasee Moors, which is recognized by the UN internationally as an IPO and CSO and an NGO.
So international recognition.
Yes.
According to what their Circle 7 says, that you have to be recognized, an international recognized.
You must be recognized by the family of nations. That's what Prophet Noble Drew Ali taught them.
Oh, the family of nations.
They're domestic.
So the family of nations is international. They're not domestic. The family of nations is talking about the whole planet. Would that be correct?
Yes.
So he don't understand what he's reading.
No.
In the book.
No. That's why I said it'd take them 50 years to figure out. They still don't get it. He is teaching people to have standing at law, and you must show competence in this world of commerce by filling out an SF-181 and checking off Native American, Indian, and white. I am not authorized nor certified to teach you as of now, but I can guide you to the one who is. 1-587-712-0639. Taharka could have called me or texted me. He ain't doing that. So that's how I already knew from the time he wouldn't do that and Ubuntu was doing all the communications, they were working together. make sure you use a calling card or app to call in peace and white power Jamal. And then Jamal resigned a couple days after that, or a couple days before this. He had resigned after the brother, after Sequoia sent this to him. So it's game over. So I don't care to talk too much to these guys because they come, it's irrational, illogical, and emotional. I am glad that this happened because now people can see you got to have patience, because look at everything that he's missed out. And now everybody else on the planet will see he walked away. They will know I'm talking about Taharka Bay. They will know he is not about truth. He is not about that.
They walked away from remedy.
Exactly.
Free remedy.
Yep.
Just to correct what it is, that to make some adjustments to what it is that you're doing. A few minor tweaks to get it right. Amazing. Amazing.
So that's all.
Right. If you
Happy to do her. Let's see who had the chat there. Okay, Don, is this your email? Because you said you wanted that email out for. If y'all want to hear what, I'll just give this to Sa. For those that want this,
give it to you, Chief.
Say what?
I was gonna give it to you. I have a new email, but that's fine. Sa has it.
Oh, Sa's got it. Okay, so I'll give this to Sa, and Sa will forward that to everybody. So this is the one that Sequoia sent to the Moorish consulate. So what's that guy's name? Shalimar Bey, right? He knows about this. They have this. So I'll keep telling y'all, these guys do not care about you all. This is what Dr. Sebi said. He said, none of the African American or Black leaders, they don't care about their people, period. They don't. Okay, so we got that one. Jamal steps down. Baltimore's consulates. Yeah, this was the email. Okay, so if anybody wants, I'll forward this one as well to Sa. So if anybody wants, Sa will put everybody who requested, she'll give that to them, so they'll get Kuyani's video as well. And then they'll see in the two, you see that Kuyani sent it to Shalimar Bey, the Moorish American consulate, Moorish consular post, the Vizier, Nura, Light Bay, Moorish Nation. So they all know. So this was much ado about nothing, as the saying goes. Okay, so that's done. Oh man, I had so much. I was, oh gosh, what a shame. Okay, I gotta go to the flag now, so that I cannot finish up here without going to the flag. Let me see here. Okay, so that was the UN submission report. So everybody has that. Yeah, that's the justice report. So that's the email. Oh yeah, I wanted to show this page here. So as you can see, this is the questions, and then this is the input. So y'all could go ahead and read that. And so when they were talking about law, that you have commutative justice and distributive justice. Let's see here. Yeah, so civil law. So when the Moors talk about civics, they don't know what the hell they're talking about. Because as you can see here, can everybody see the screen here? Civil law? Okay. In the modern Western world, it is one of the two major legal systems. The other is common law, taken from Roman civil law. It is used in continental Europe, the former colonies, Isle of Man, Latin America, Scotland, state of Louisiana, in the US Federation, and in Canada, Canada's Quebec province. Civil law. In this system, the law is a highly structured and rigid code of rules observed to the letter. An expert judge decides cases without the help of jury and without any reference to precedent. So that's why you see they keep streaming Black people into civil rights, right, versus human rights. In this system, every defendant in the criminal trial is presumed guilty until proven innocent. So the Moors keep telling people to stand on the Constitution. Meanwhile, the Constitution is void. They've been given, the US Supreme Court allowed judges to void the Constitution on January 18th, 2000 and what was that? 2011. And then there's a video you can find on YouTube, Bergen County, New Jersey. I'll just type it in here where it says Bergen County, New Jersey judge voids Constitution in court. So when you put that in there, you'll find the video. And he did that 13 days after the Supreme Court decision. Where is Taj? That's in Taj Tariq Bey's neighborhood. Where are these guys at? They ain't got nothing to say. Where's Sa Nitter? Where's Sarah Seti? Nothing. These are actors. These guys ain't gonna do nothing, can't do nothing on contract. What's the remedy? Can't give you a remedy because they're in bondage. Okay, what was the last part here? Oh yeah, this is the one, yeah, the distributive justice and commutative justice, yes. So here it is at the bottom. Okay, commutative justice, where is it here? Is that which should govern contracts. Now this is under the definition of justice and jurisprudence. So if you got a Black's Law Dictionary, go and look it up. It consists in rendering to every man the exact measure of his dues without regard to his personal worth or merits. For example, placing all men on an equality, that is commutative justice. Distributive justice is that which should govern the distribution of awards and punishments. It does not consider all men as equally deserving or equally blameworthy, but discriminates between them. Now, this is the court system. So you got to ask, is this distributive justice going on in here or commutative justice? And they'll say, what do you mean? Well, if there's discrimination, that violates human rights, which goes contrary to congressional record, page A3220, where judges must promote human rights, and Congress is not bound by the Constitution. This is real teaching. This is real knowledge that you can apply. Not no emotional stuff about a lien. So what? I got the lien, it's still valid. Just because I don't have it don't mean it can't manifest. They got a homosexual manifesto that's been out for since 1972, 73, and it's manifesting. Takes a long time. That's how these things go. Okay, so we got that here. So everyone's got that one. I just want to check these tabs to make sure everybody's got, okay, they got the one for the MSTA. They got that. What is this one here? Okay, Benjamin Franklin. Yeah, there was a treaty of 1783. I'll give that to everybody. This is off the elo.gov website. Now this was because this is what a lot of people don't know, that the Treaty of 1786 with Marrakesh is actually a fraudulent contract. There was a treaty signed before that, 1783, between the United States and the UK. They don't talk about that. So while that one is loading up, let me just close off a couple of these tabs here. I know people are, this has been a stunner today, I know, for some people. Okay, so I'll close that one. Yeah, that was Antares, so everybody will have that one. Let's see here. Okay, so this is the one that most of these grand sheiks and sheikesses cannot answer. And this is dealing with the flag. Flag is one thing I generally like to go after, because that's really your foundation. Okay, so much appreciated for that, Wasret. Put in the chat, Tua, Chief Dr. Sevi said your leaders have betrayed you. And you guys just saw two, well, actually one. because ain't nothing gonna happen with that. That is not gonna get off the ground. And then once the people see this stuff, this man's asking you a straight up question and you dodging, you getting all upset, you getting this, that, the next. He's showing, here, I'll show you. I ain't got time for that. I ain't got time for that. Then why did you come on? You should have said you couldn't did it. Or say you couldn't have done it. Well, I'm waiting for that to come up here. Let me grab, all right. Get some Moya in the house. Deities only, mortals not allowed. Mortals can't handle knowledge. There's too much information that requires reading, and you're responsible for what you know. Can't handle it. It's like, hey, I'm out. Interesting. Okay, so now I'm going to do a search. Yeah, the Moorish flag. This is the biggest fraud ever. The Moorish flag is not 10,000 years old. It's not. It's not. It's not. And I've put this up on Facebook for so many years, and they just keep acting like they don't see it. Not 10,000. If you have a question, please put your hand up or put it in the chat. So y'all got a real good treat. I know some of y'all say, all right, since there's no 7 days, like I can't deal with 3 weeks for nothing for the chat. Can't take it. Okay, so just waiting for that to come up. Not 10,000.
Yeah, I make too much money. I was like,
oh. Okay, so while that is coming up, okay, I'll leave that one open. Okay, so here it is. I never tire. All right, 2018, 2017, I did one back in 2014. Okay. So put the link here in the chat so everybody has that. Yeah, here. Okay, so I will see about making this a little bigger because I know it's small in there. Have to make it about 200%. Okay, can everybody see this? Okay, great. Now this is from the book called Zigzag Zig, Postgraduate, the Renewal of the Lessons. This is something that you were making reference to in terms of learning something new, Ask the Chat. So this book here, again, this was written by Malachi Z. York, Zigzag Zig, Wake Up. So I'm going to read this part here.
That available on PDF?
Yeah, this one's available. You might be able to get it on scribe.com.
Okay.
So I'm going to read this here. Okay. Okay. This is number 19, the Moorish 101 questionnaire. What kind of flag is the Moorish? It is a red flag with a 5-pointed green star in the center. The use of the flag in Morocco as a symbol of the state dates way back to the Almoravid dynasty, who were an Islamic dynasty that ruled North Africa and Spain from 1056 AD to 1147 AD. And according to the Diccionario General Ilustrado de la Española on page 79 to 80, which would be 69 80, defines the name Almoravid as devout, devotional, religious, and were the first to unify Morocco under a single government during the 11th century. White silk banners were often used in battle, sometimes with the Quranic inscription, "There is no God but a God, and Muhammad is his prophet," or as it is written in Arabic, "La ilaha illa Allah, Muhammad Rasul Allah." The Alawites, beginning in the 17th century, which is the ruling dynasty and the ancestors of the present-day king of Morocco, King Hassan II, son of Muhammad V. That's not the current king. This book came out around late 90s, were the first to introduce the solid red flag. This interlocking green five-pointed star, which they call the Green Suleiman Star, was introduced in 1912 when Morocco was put under French rule. Although many will deny it, however, this Green Suleiman Star is nothing more than the shield of Solomon, son of David. And anybody knows that the name Suleiman is just an Arabic graftation of the Hebrew name Shilomah. And the shield of Solomon is not to be mistaken with the shield of David, his father, which was the six-pointed star. Although they won't admit it, other books such as the Volume F of the New Book of Knowledge Encyclopedia, page 228, tells you in plain and simple English that what they are using is the seal of Solomon. Don't believe me? Check it out. So the red flag of Morocco wasn't introduced until the 17th century, which puts you in the 1600s, making their flag almost 400 years old. And the green star wasn't made a part of it until 1912, making the official flag of Morocco that you see today only 85 years, so it'd be about only 100, was it 2012? Okay, so call it 100 and 7 years old? So from 1912 to 2012, and we're in 2019, yeah, so 107 years old, not 85 years old, not 10,000 years old, not our original flag. So all the Moors running around flying that red flag with the green star talking about is 10,000 years old, that's incorrect knowledge. How come the Grand Sheiks and Adepts don't know this? Why don't the Grand Sheikesses know this? Because they are agents, that's why. And that's what their job is to do, is to keep the dead dead. My point is this: why is a Jewish star being used to represent an Islamic country? I will tell you why. It is because they were simply Islamic Hebrews from the invasion of Arabs and Jews in Morocco. In 1492, the Moors from the Spanish, where do I have to go? Great. From the Spanish word morenos, meaning black, and the Sephardim Jews were expelled from Spain. These were the fake Sephardim, who were of Spanish blonde hair and blue-eyed Spaniards, not Puerto Ricans who are Nubians. The Sephardim were also of Portuguese origin. The real dark-skinned, woolly-haired Sephardims are currently in Yemen, Morocco, Sudan, Ethiopia, and America as American Negroes, and were originally of the tribes of Judah, Dan, Benjamin, and Dinah. So when the US government defines white as a person having origins in any of the original peoples of Europe, the Middle East, or North Africa, and this book is stating that the real dark, the real, who is it? The Sephardim, the real dark-skinned, woolly-haired Sephardims are currently in Yemen, Morocco, Sudan, Ethiopia, and America. That term white applies to you in commerce. So the Sephardim Jews were known as the Hebrew Israelites. They were the original Sephardim and were darker than the Khazars, who stole the name Ashkenazim, called the Pale Jews, when the Arabs and Sephardim invaded Morocco. They came spreading Islam and Judaism. This is why the flag has the 5-pointed star representing the Hebrew Israelites. And so for Taharka to be a grand sheik and conduct himself the way he conducted himself, that's an embarrassment. But that's how these Moors are, acting thuggish when they cannot answer a question. That is when the animal or the behemoth in them comes out. So I trust that I've made that clear. So I think we have, I'm just checking to make sure I had gotten all the tabs that I had wanted to show everybody. Okay, that's good. Okay, that was that. Okay, let me see here in the chat. Okay, let me see here. Waya, Acts 4:11. This is the stone which was set at naught of you builders, which has become the head of the corner. You know what? Let's take that to the, I want to take this one to the, I want to go to the interlinear Bible Waya for Acts 4:11 and see what that says in the Greek.
All right, Chief.
All right. Yeah, go ahead.
No, this is Waya. I was listening in, chiming in.
Oh, okay, great. I'm just gonna get to this interlinear here. Yes, okay, great. And look up Acts 4:11.
Okay.
And see what the Greek says.
Don't forget your meridian back. Meridian. Meridian.
So, like I said, Moorish Science Temple, Great Seal of SM, it's all basically they're closet Christians, for lack of a better word. This one here this is another classic. And I know some of you are glad that you were here to see this. Can't believe you see the can. Oh my gosh. What? No, he didn't. Yes, he did it. Okay, so there we go. So we're going to go to interlinear Acts chapter 4. That's why they don't speak Spanish. They don't speak Hebrew. They don't speak none of the Semitic languages. They don't even make an attempt to want to speak that. That's why I know they're stuck on that 1928 programming like Negroes. Where are we at here? Okay, Acts, where are you hiding? Okay, Acts chapter 4. Oh, white. Okay, so we're going to go Acts chapter 4. Verse 11 in the Greek. Yeah, now that I'm getting into language, my internet connection is unstable. I'm sure. Okay, so we're going to go to verse 11 of Acts. Now, it's kind of interesting. The more Science Temple likes to use Matthew, and that means the basis upon them using Matthew in the Old Testament, proving that the Jesus figure is a literary construct of the Roman military, and more so really the Roman Caesars. It just shows you that they're not trying to help. Okay, so this is, can everybody see this? Okay, great. Okay, so this is the, let me get my pointer here. Okay, this is the stone having been rejected by you, the builders, which has become into head of corner. Bam. Let me read it again. This is the stone, having been rejected by you, the builders, which has become into head of corner. There's a song Bob Marley had called "The Stone That the Builders Refused Became the Chief Cornerstone." I haven't hit anything I've done it right in front of them. They all know. They're not interested. All right, let's see who's got a question here. Okay, Sa, go ahead.
Okay, I have a couple of things. First, I just want to thank you for extending this presentation here, because, you know, the emotional way that Taharka got and Butu got, it shouldn't have ended so soon, or it was meant to end that soon as far as their part is concerned, but you certainly downloaded a lot of information in relation to what they tried to get the answer to, but were not really willing to get the answers to. So I thank you myself, and I'm sure everybody else can appreciate the answers to the questions that you gave. And just so you know, everything that you forwarded me to forward to everyone else, I did send those emails out.
Great. Okay, so everybody has it. So now y'all can share it, put it on Facebook, and you say, yes, this is what Taharka Bey was afraid of, the truth. So all that Islam, I, self-law, and master, that's nonsense. And as it's already been revealed by the Jesuits, they said they created the Islamic religion. So much appreciated for that, Sa.
No problem.
Thank you very much. I'm glad that everybody's getting it. So when they see that this will knock out any confusion people will have, the person, show me what you got. Show me what you got. Show me what you're doing. Don't get emotional. Don't get upset, because when I see them get upset, and I've had people who go to those temples, when they get upset, I tell them, get up and leave, because as soon as you ask them a question, they're getting mad. They know they're running a scam, and you're going to expose them, so they don't want you around. So that's the best thing. I also am going to recommend anyone who has to do an affidavit to the Moorish Science Temple, Great Seal, Moorish National Republic, and the rest of them, this video will be added to the affidavit folder. You can go through, listen to this, and use points. I'm not expecting people to do a textbook, just a couple pages, but you can now use this video as evidence that when he was a grand sheikh and Taharka could not stand, he could not stay. He had to get emotional. He had to get out of control. He didn't show any decorum, no character. I read from their book. So me reading from the Circle, Holy Quran, Circle 7, reading from it said, you're not following that. You demonstrated that. So now when people see this, they're going to say, no, people are going to start cracking down on these Moors like, nah, you are a bunch of thugs. You are a bunch of Negroes. I might as well take the word thuggy out. You are a bunch of Negroes masquerading as Moors. And when people ask you a simple question, you want to get upset. You get all mad. You get emotional. Always remember, the devil runs when no one chases him or her.
Yes. And I just want to be a witness to say on the record, for the record, how this this presentation came into being was that, you know, Chief just received a text message from Naga and Butu basically asking for permission to open a temple, yet trying to bypass Chief as the one to be asking by throwing a shield of Anu up, saying, well, Anu told me to open a temple. Well, if you're getting your command from the Most High to do something, why are you coming to Chief to tell him about that? So this is how, you know, this is always that double move type of way that these agents have of doing. And so, you know, the conversation went on from there via text message for like 90 minutes, like Chief said. And so he, and Butu was being a go-between. You could tell he was pausing to confirm things with Taharka as the text messages were going along, but that's how they started. So I don't know why anyone would want to open an MSTA temple after learning all of this level of information. They're, you know, and this leads into my next question, because much like the Nuwapians or Sabians have turned the Holy Tablet and all the teachings into something religious, the Chief, is it just someone who has a religious state of mind that could turn anything into a religion? Or, you know, I don't want anyone who's not familiar with the tablets to think that it is something religious. Is that also, you know, a way that these agents move to try to make people think that things that are not religious are religious? Like,
it's a mindset. It's the zombies have a doctrine. This is in the video, You Are Egyptians, You Are Gods. And I'm just muting you for a quick second here. And the thing is that when you have people who have a doctrine, or they want to keep trying to influence people like, oh, I'm special, I'm special, I'm special, don't have anything to show, but I'm special. I'm not, and I said, I'll accept if you say you talking to them telepathically, then what are you even doing on Tiamat for? This is how I look at stuff. You're talking to Amma, I already know the deal on how the Nomos were using the Dogon, so I already know about that. You talking to Anu, why are you on Tiamat? What the hell are you doing on Tiamat if you can communicate with them telepathically?
Yeah.
No, they told me to open a temple. That means you have to go up against me. So he came thinking, oh, I got to open. I said, well, what kind of temple are you opening? So as I kept asking him questions, he kept avoiding. Then he said, oh, I'm not going to go against them. I said, against who? Amma and Anu. I said, oh, really? I said, okay, well, he only talked about Amma, never Anu. And I said, well, if you talking now, you bring up Anu because I showed him the picture. Amma's female. So Amma is not female. Amma is male. So you're not going to run that game on me. That's when people put that thought to get a little seed of doubt for people to, oh, I'll listen to him. And so that's your finesse masters. That's no different than the preacher. Everyone saw that picture of the preacher measuring this young girl's vagina to see whether she can bear children. And I said, she's standing there and let him put his hands on her like that? Like I said, Africans take religion to levels that stupid said, hold on, we going to a new level of stupid. Ain't never seen anything. Oh, go outside, eat the grass. Oh, women, come to the church, don't wear no underwear. I said, word. And they're doing it. So I can't get mad at the finesse masters. You can't get mad at them anymore. People, this is how serious this is with universal contracting. Yes, even the person may have influenced, but at the end of the day, who made the final decision to do that? The individual made it. Even if they were coerced, you still made the decision. Yeah. So these are these zombies that are out here because they're feeling the end is nigh, as they say. They have no more hosts to feed off of. And I'm a problem because I'm telling people, well, you wouldn't act that way at your job. Why would you sit there and take this person's statement without validating it?
Yeah.
So I'm like, word, oh, you speaking to Amma? You speaking to Anu? Great. Tell him, pay this nigger. Now, all of a sudden, you don't want to talk about Amma and Anu. They don't, all of a sudden, it's just turned into pixie dust or something. I said, what that means is he wants people to follow him. So he got to tell them, I can communicate telepathically with them. I said, son, you would have knew if you was communicating with them, they would have told you already not to do that. So you wasn't communicating with them. Or if you were and they told you don't do it, you know it's going to happen. Chief going to come after you. Nope, you didn't want to listen. So, Negro. That's what it is. But I enjoy, and I'm glad that people did enjoy that. Dawood, hold on. Don't walk away. You got your hand up. I don't want you to walk away. So this is what we're talking about. So that was the only reason that this happened. And again, the one who pushed the issue was Mbutu. And I knew it was suspect because he was the only one talking. All Mbutu had to say, hey, Taharka said he wants to talk with you, whatever. I said, you got my phone number? My phone number is on the internet. Give it to him. Give him, he can send me a text message. You can give him my email. And Mbutu could have got out of it. But the problem was, who's helping him set the temple up? Taharka. And now everybody knows, steer clear of these Moors that can't speak Spanish, can't speak Arabic, can't speak Hebrew, can't speak any Semitic languages, and are holding a Moor Science Temple card. You have been warned. And again, any of the Grand Sheikesses, Adepts, any of them that feel the ways about it, here's my phone number, 587-712-0639. You can text me if you can't call out because of your phone plan. Get a damn calling card. And then we'll do a Zoom just like we did with Taharka. Dawood.
Greetings, Chief.
Hold on a second. Is that cool, Saw? Everything cool?
No, I had two other things.
Okay.
If somebody needs to leave, I can wait. I can be last, though. You can come back to me.
Okay, I'll come back to you. Dawood?
No, Chief, it was just something that you said about, and I've seen that I'm reading this book about this brother, Dr. Abuwa Mahdi. He's a brother out of Arkansas that was with Muhammad Ali for 13 years.
Okay.
As an advisor. And he said something that was profound to me about reasoning. He said that what separates a man from an animal is the ability to reason. And I'm listening at this brother, he didn't want to reason with you, he didn't want to sit down and have a sensible dialogue on, okay, let's build together, brother. If I'm wrong somewhere, and there's something else he said here. If I'm wrong, I'm running to correction. The brother that wrote this book, he said, I want to be corrected.
Yes.
I want to be able to make mistakes so somebody can tell me where I'm wrong. But instead, so many of those, because that's why I came in it through the Moors. They too puffed up. And then the first thing he went to asking you about is the fiat. I bet you doing this. No, that's what you want to do. That's you know, you always speak about something that you want to do. You worried about the wrong thing, and instead of us building, he just jumped off there out of emotions, and that's the main thing that we've been taught through these 2 years I've been with you. We can't get emotion. You can't get nothing solved with being irate.
And if you fighting up against people, you know, look human, shapeshifter, whatever, you know, in a business capacity, and they know you're emotional, oh gosh, easy.
Yeah. Easy, yeah.
Easy. I just got push your buttons. You snap, that's it.
So, Chief, you know what they did to us? You know, I didn't even get irate when I was going through the federal procedures, and they shot me all the way to Colorado. Talking about I was incompetent when I presented some of this Moorish stuff to them. But because I was unlearned, they well, he just need to be evaluated. You know, but this is how they carry on for the people to be able to do that to them when they go into the vessel.
Mm-hmm. So this is why they have to get cleaned out. I'm talking about all the Moorish sons would say, y'all can't do nothing. So he said, I want you to shut me down. You shut me down. He put all his business out there. I said, once this goes, I said, he don't understand. It's the mind. The mind is more powerful than the body.
Yes.
Once everybody gets this recording, they'll know where he's at, his number, everything. They're like, you, for a grand sheik, for somebody who's supposed to be a leader that wanted this conversation, and you trying to front like you didn't, and he tried to spin it. Like I said, no, I got the text message right here. This is what Mbutu said. Then I'm calling Mbutu. He's sitting there. He don't want to talk. So when these things happen, we know something that we're working toward is manifesting, and it's happening now.
Right.
To try to put something in our way, and then once we address it, we put the light on it now, or the white. In this case, we put the white on it. Now people say, this is the guy that knows Tas Tariq Bey, that's associated with him, and Pleasant Bay, and Alim Bay, and all of this, and this is how you guys act? Didn't want to hear nothing that he had to say. Now I'm showing everything, and people are like, oh, wow. I said, yes, he's a fool. And you can't correct, you know the deal. You cannot correct a fool. A fool will hate you correcting him. A wise man will thank you for correcting him.
Yes, exactly.
Anything else?
That was it, Chief.
All right. I trust you. I trust you enjoyed this.
Yes.
Michael.
Am I on?
Yes, you're on.
I wanted to ask: is Algonquin, Arabic, and Nubian, are they essentially the same language? Because I actually bought a Rosetta Stone last year. I never even opened it to try to learn Arabic.
Okay, the Rosetta Stone was put out there for the purpose of they created that to throw people off. That Rosetta Stone.
Oh.
That Rosetta Stone is not legit. The Rosetta Stone that's a misdirection. That's what the Rosetta Stone is, and they're trying really to put themselves into our story and write you out of it. And this is the reason why we tell people to share the memes, do memes, share the links, I tell people share my phone number, share my email. I'm hiding. I'm telling people to share my stuff. My phone on some days is quiet. Aside from certain people who I'm training, be quiet. I'll be like, wow, it's quiet today. What's going on? Nobody's calling? No, because people know when they call, this is it. This is the max. And if they come and whack, they're going to get dealt with accordingly. This is not no game. This is not no joke. This is, like I said, Dr. Sebi said, the black leaders have betrayed you. They don't care about you, period. And Taharka proved that.
I heard that.
So we got witness.
I'm actually on Dr. Sebi's diet.
Okay,
I'm on Dr. Sebi's diet.
Great. How you feeling?
Better than I was before I started about 6 months ago.
Okay, great. So the doctor say, this is what I'm telling you. If they're talking and then you hear me, I'm so excited, I'm stuttering like how are people not getting this? The key, and it's not, difficult, it's very simple. You say the word I am white, you create the frequency, you tap into the resonance, the vibration, the energy, the tone, the light, the color, the commercial aspect of it, where your standing is at, all of that comes in and they can't answer you. That is what was stunning, because I never got the training to deal with this. And when Other people have had that. I've shared my experience with them, and they're like, what? I said, yes, you're not going to get in trouble. It's not going to affect your job. It's nothing. This is a game. This is like, are you white or not? And if
I
you're
think
not,
he just refused the answer.
Say what?
He just refused the answer. He knew the answer. It looked to me like he knew the answer. He refused to answer you.
Yes. So now when everybody sees this, he must have forgot I'm recording this to the cloud. So when this is, this will be done liquid quick. When this is done, I'm sending the link out to everybody that came on is going to get the link. So they can download it on their computer, put it on your Facebook. And I'll be uploading that, you know, because it's a few hours, so I might be up late. Because, you know, I want to get this out as quick as possible.
That's why I don't call. I be thinking you busy all the time. I'm going to start calling your number.
I'm telling people to call. That's why I got an answer machine.
I'll start calling.
If I'm busy, I got an answer machine, because what it demonstrates is by you communicating, you prove that I exist.
Okay.
See, the language that Taharka and Mbutu were using is language to make it appear that I don't exist. I said, look, I've been doing this since '03. 1997 is when they changed the race and ethnicity. 10 years. I find that out. I tell people. Now, the ones who get it, get it. The ones who don't get it, stay black. Because at the end of the day, if your contract says black on it, I don't care how exotic you are. They're looking at what's on paper. And they're going to know, and they will be able to tell the difference between the people who are truly white and autochthonous from those people who are acting like Negroes. Very easy.
Yeah.
So call. Who you gonna call?
Oh, I call. Chief Nanya. I appreciate you.
I appreciate you on here. Happy good doer, white power.
White power.
Sa, go ahead.
Okay, so I wanted to reinforce what you were saying earlier about making the memes and how that quickly like updates people, just like in that movie that we saw with John Travolta and Forrest Whitaker. If you tell them about that movie.
Oh, that's what is it? Battleground Earth?
Battlefield
Earth?
Yeah, and so basically what they call the man animals compared to these extraterrestrials from the year 3000, they looked at the humans left on Earth as man animals. They reverted back to a grunt speech on Earth, and they had some elaborate speech, language. And so one of the man animals was able to master this advanced language, their math, their writing, their how to fly their machines and everything, because he was uploaded, or he had to look at a bunch of images, just back to back images that taught him how to do all of those things. And so that's what the memes do in our world, in our time. They instantly upgrade your mind to the reality of what is, and kills all of that old, bad, dead information that's not working. So yeah, I agree that everyone just keep making memes, start making memes. And yeah, if there was anything else from that movie that you wanted to say about that, Chief.
From Battlefield Earth?
Yeah.
It was just similar. They wanted them to mine the gold. That was amazing. In Battlefield Earth, they said, yeah, we'll get the man animals to mine the gold because and that was L. Ron Hubbard. So for people who want to know, that was Scientology. L. Ron Hubbard from Scientology, who actually wrote the book, and John Travolta, because John Travolta is into Scientology. Now I'll say it this way. When L. Ron Hubbard, and it's usually like that, when the leaders are around, everything is fine. It's just when the leaders or people who start things are dead and gone, or they're gone, is when what they taught gets perverted. And just like they said, they had the greater mysteries, became watered down and became lesser mysteries because things were changed because of new people coming in and people influencing the direction information should have went. So the key points in that movie was getting the man animals to mine the gold, and they wouldn't have to pay the workers that were alien workers the same wage, and they could get the man animals to do it for nothing. So very interesting, that one, and Lawnmower Man, when it talks about them flashing symbols. Lawnmower Man is a good one for that. Go ahead, Sam.
Yeah, agreed. When, and this relates to the question I had earlier, when there is a particular deity or something that you feel some kind of affinity to or connection with, I don't know if this is how Mbutu is feeling or something, will you tell people how, like, what is the extent of that, like, that they take it to? Like, for example, I always look at Jeb and Nut as, you know, really powerful and interesting, and it just kind of stops there. That just how it's supposed to be. You can have a favorite, but it's not like you go into some kind of worship state.
Well, everybody has a different affinity or connection to whatever deity, whether it's Egyptian, Vodou, Santeria, whatever. The thing or the matter that needs to be looked at is that why are you throwing asset into this issue? You didn't even know you had asset there. I said, I got asset in our altar. So I'm trying to figure out which asset are you, so I'm like, well, which asset are you talking about?
He was being vague.
I'm like, tell me, are you talking about the asset from Tamaray? Are you, who are you talking about? The asset? And if that's the case, why, obviously, why is asset on? Because I'm doing something right. And of course, we did that IGC requested intergalactic confederation.
Sure.
So that's that religious spookism. That's really what it is spookism. I'm like,
do that spookism out there when he's saying that he wouldn't.
Oh, I don't want to get in trouble with Asset. Oh, I don't want to get in trouble with Anu. I said, oh, you talking to Anu? Gotcha. That was the biggest mistake he ever made, was to say he was talking to Anu. I know he talked about Amma. I said, whatever, you saying you're talking to Amma, fine, but you ain't gonna tell me that Amma is female. Amma is male. Gave him the picture of the holy tablets. Oh, I'm aware of this picture. So why are you saying Amma is female, and then Amma, and then Amma, and then Nomo, which is the son of Amma, in Holy Tablets, chapter 3, the picture's right there. I'm like, what are you talking about? You will come across some people who want to take that into spookism. Yes, that happens. See, that's what I'm telling you. You wasn't telling me nothing. But this is what happens, because it's a breaking point now. When people do that, they're at the point where I don't want to recognize you. I'm going to recognize some spook that is not here, or a deity that is not manifested before I recognize you. I said, you can do that. Now, in the meantime, you're here on Earth. Why you ain't telling them to get you out of here? Because they're like, nah, keep your ass in school. Does everybody hear what I just, you get where I'm coming from?
Sure.
Because I've had people do that. And I was like, look, if you are that close and have that type of connection, or like, who said it the best? Even though I know he's a damn agent. He died. What's his name? Dick Gregory. And Dick Gregory said, why are black people praying for a new job? Why don't you just ask God for the money? He said, Prince Charles, he ain't worked a day in his life. Black people asking for a new, if I could just get this job, oh God, please give me the job. He said, why don't you ask for the money?
Right.
And you see, they're rigging those things because they know the connection that you all have with dreams and visions. And you see most of the time, who do you see winning those prizes? Amorites. Plus, I remember I talked with an elder, he was in the shrine, he said, ancestors ain't gonna let y'all win no lottery. That's too easy. They ain't gonna let y'all win. So for those of you thinking you might win some little here and there, but if you think you winning a Powerball, they said, no, they ain't letting you win that. So y'all can forget about that on that level. You have to develop your spirituality, and it's just like any skill. You have to work at it. And then once you work at it, then you start having miracles and things happen for you. Humans always want something but don't offer anything in exchange. And that's what pisses the deities off. Yeah, they always know us when they want something. So I've given people proper counsel and proper guidance on how to expand their spirituality, work their magic, everything. And so you just got to do it. But you got to trust that it's going to work, because if you don't trust it, it ain't going to work. Alchemical equation, or what do you call it? Alchemical reaction. Nifir? Sa?
Sure, Towel Hat Maku.
No. Ashachak.
Well, Chief, is it possible, based on what you said when he was talking about, it didn't even dawn on me until you mentioned about Taharka or Herhaka. I'm probably reckoning it's whatever his name is.
Yes, Taharka Bay.
Taharka Bay.
Yeah, he's got a YouTube channel.
Is it possible that he could be, that they, the other group, the ones that's really supposed to be talking to you, the only ones that can really talk to you, because y'all have the same master teacher, is it possible that for him to ask that question like that, and I don't think he actually know anything.
Ask what question?
About asset and things of that nature.
Oh, you talking about Mbutu?
I knew, yeah.
No, you have to ask Mbutu that question.
Okay.
I don't know what he's thinking. You have to ask him that question. I'm not concerned with that. What I'm concerned about is you're holding my certificate wanting to open a Moorish science temple. And rather than be assumptive, I asked, what kind of temple are you opening? Are you opening a yoga temple? Are you opening a meditation temple? What kind of temple are you opening? He never answered. So therefore, by the process of elimination, that means he's going to open a Moorish science temple. So Sa went and found his interview question telling him that whatever he was indoctrinated into is not going to assist him. And he said yes. So that means he lied. So that means the whole time he was talking to Taharka. So that means he was giving Taharka our information. That's why Taharka didn't want to answer any of the questions that I posed, because he already knew.
So they're trying to hustle.
Yes.
Like I said, you can't hustle your process. When I say your process, the Autochthon Nation, the Yamasee Moors indigenous standing process, because there's more to just claiming that you're white. And no, they have to go, they have to be in honor every step of the way.
And Moors are not in honor. Let me say this so everybody can hear this. Moors from the Moor Science Temple, Great Seal, rest of these guys that I've called out, Pleasant Bay, Island Bay, are not in honor, because when their people have problems, their people call me for help. And I keep asking, why are you contacting me? How did you get this number? Never saw any of my videos, but they come to me for help. So that tells you there is a that tells you, Ashachak, that there is a level of recognition that the people who go to them realize they can't get help from them, but they're still holding on to the contract. They said, no, I'll go to him. He'll probably be able to help me. And I said, no, you contracted with them. So if they can't give you remedy with that Moore Science Temple paperwork garbage, then guess what that means? You have to cancel that contract out because it serves no purpose. That's why when I brought up the Constitution, he wouldn't talk about it. I said, look, the Constitution is void in court. What is the remedy that you guys provide for people? He can't answer. That was the biggest mistake he came on tonight. Now, everybody can see it's a case of, you know, the Moor has no fez, and he wasn't wearing no tarba, so he wasn't taking that serious.
Right, and he came like a real debtor.
Yes, he came like a black person. Let's say what it is. He came as a black person. He didn't come as no Moor. He came as a black person. He was not prepared. I got things to do. I ain't got time for all this. I didn't ask for this. And Butu said you wanted to. You see what I'm saying?
So he's actually, the ulterior motive is to try to figure out how to bootleg or jackleg the process.
You can't do
They
that.
do it because they know how your documentation is put together and they can't explain it. And in order for them to explain your documentation, there's only certain groups who can actually explain or have an idea of what you've done. And they're not coming out because they're afraid.
That's why he put Mbutu as the pawn out. And so by the pawn, I said, I want the, what do you call it? I want the puppet master. So when I got Mbutu to get him to commit to doing this today, I got 2 for 1, and both of them got exposed as agents, period, in front of everybody, and the world will see it. Now, how does he explain, talking about Taharka, explain his actions, why he did not want to listen?
That's the problem, because I already know he's going to, what's his name, Sadnetta. I already know they're going to be talking.
Oh, yeah, and I'm sure Sadnetta was in the back, too, and Sadnetta was talking nonsense about, oh, I busted up years ago. I said, it don't matter. All of them is Negroes as far as I'm concerned. They ain't got no SF-41 done. They have nothing pertaining on an international level to separate themselves. And I've seen people expose Sadnetta when he was saying that, no, I know some of us was already here before the Europeans came. So therefore, Sadnetta, what are you? Black? You indigenous? What are you? Which is it? You can't be black and indigenous. You either indigenous or you African American. But the whole time he keeps pushing the slave trade narrative, and that has been proven that that's false.
True. That's true.
Clear?
All right.
All right. Don, Ale Bay. And then I'll take Michael Sims, and I think that's it. We'll call it a white night or white shadow hour.
Yeah, Chief. I hate to keep going back to it, but it was anyway. As I was telling you earlier, Naga brought me in, as you know. The confusion came in when he said he was gonna open. Anu told him to open the temple. And he had the impression he would open the temple, but be using your teachings. But that's a contradiction. How are you going to be, why would you open a temple, MSTA, but be teaching white power and teaching the principles of the nation of Asakata? So that's what I was saying earlier.
Temple can't be.
Black spell, yeah. The black spell is strong, and it gets people confused at times. They don't. I mean, they don't get it. Going back and forth with him when this came up, as I was telling you earlier, it didn't resonate. He wasn't getting it. So I think Taharka came on never with the intention to listen to you, and never with the intention even to try to get an understanding. Now I do want to say this too. I know Taharka speaks against Tariq Bey. That's why I thought this meeting with you guys would go different, but it didn't, because they're still in that black mindset. They don't listen. They get emotional. They holler. They don't let you explain points and get to what you're trying to establish with them. And the reason you were doing a lot of that is for the rest of the people on the meeting too.
Yes.
Who may not have been familiar with what you were speaking about, to set up the answer to the question so everybody would understand. But he never gave you a chance to do that. So
that's fine. And he demonstrated that to everybody. And this is the reason why. See, Mbutu thinks he's coming up with an original concept. We've had Moors that have tried to mix the SF-181 with that MSTA paperwork and that garbage. That was the main reason why I do the webinars on Monday. So this way, in the future, you graduate people, well, where did you learn that from? I learned it directly from the chief. That's who I learned it from. It wasn't no stand-in. It wasn't somebody that was a representative. I got it directly from the source. And
exactly.
And then about a year, I said, hey, I'm going to start doing certificates. So now that I issue certificates, when people want to change their slave name, debtor name on Facebook, Facebook will ask them, we need a legal document of the change. My certificate that people have been getting has been allowing all the people to change the slave name into their indigenous appellation. And so when I hear people like Mbutu and Taharka talking that stuff, I said, but my document's a legal document. We got about 20 that we got to mail out this week of graduates. Like the hard copies, they already got their email copies already. But this is the type of stuff. So I've seen people who were Moors trying to mix their stuff with the SF-181, and you can't do that because the Moorish Science Temple are a bunch of agents. You know how many years I've been saying this? Ain't nobody saying nothing? Not even their best and brightest. I got Tariq Bey's phone number. If I wanted to call him to blaze him, I could. I said, for what? He's about 70 years old. He's on his way out. He's singing jazz now. So what do you think? It was a good hustle, and I told people you will find out years later. Oh, this guy was actually a Christian preacher that went and did that and was put that, because they keep talking about the Bible. When he said he had a Bible made out of human skin, my first question was, how the hell did you get that in the country? And what are you doing in possession of a Bible made out of human skin?
Why?
Sure. These are the type of people. This is. I could tell y'all some stories and some stuff that's going on. And then when he breached and lied and said, "I'm working with Atsakata Nation too," I said, "No, you aren't." I said, "You ask him what contract have you signed with us? What agreement?" He's with the Moorish consulate, which is the email that Saw sent to everybody. Shaabu Bey, he's the next one, another agent. All of them, I'm calling them agent. I'm saying, give me a case. And you heard me ask Taharka this today. Give me a case where a Moor used Circle 7, Clock of Destiny, or any of them, and won a case on a local, state, federal, U.S. Supreme Court level. It's not there. So therefore, this is what? It was an experiment to see how far they could push this. And the government is the U.S. corporation is instrumental in keeping this going. So if there is something behind what that is legitimate, it's not getting there because the adepts, the Grand Sheikesses, the Grand Sheiks, National Sheiks, all of them have been made a deal. Some of them are Masons too. So they've already made a deal not to give it to the people that's coming. And then I've had a sister, she was in Indiana or in Chicago years ago, was asking questions about what I did. And as soon as she put her hand up, she said, like, they jumped over. They knew I was going to ask. I said, because these guys as agents, some of them are shapeshifters. We wrestle not against flesh and blood, but against principalities of darkness and spiritual wickedness in high places. If you are Grand Sheikh and you are confident in what you're doing, you should be able to answer the question. He couldn't, he ran. And Butu had to go spiritual. But I said, so this is how you're going to lure people that, yeah, I can speak telepathically to Amma and Anu. I said, oh, you can? I said yesterday, it's on the text message. I said, tell Anu, I said, Hotep.
I know.
He never responded. So therefore, you don't have no connection. Don't give me that crap.
Yeah.
So I know. So what it is they can't handle it. And that's what we're real careful with people and giving them the warnings and telling them, like, look, this information will break people up. It will cause people to short out. This like somebody saying, I want a direct connection with God or the Most High, or you want to plug your computer or phone directly into a power plant. You can't do that.
Yeah.
That will burst your stuff. So they're touching me. I'm doing stuff divine and doing stuff right, and they're shorting out. They can't handle it.
Yeah. Can't handle it.
And the only ones that are still around are the people that can handle it, because they understand and they are fully absorbing and comprehending what I said. See, I gotta get that book back. I think it's in the other one. The African Origin of Biological Psychiatry. This is telling the truth on Black/African Americans. You all cannot process cognitively. Most Blacks, let's say all of them, Blacks, particularly in the United States, cannot process cognitively. So when he started talking one language and I'm going to correct syntax, he's like, huh? He couldn't interface. So he shorted out. That's how it is.
Yeah. That's what it is.
So I don't have a problem with that. This is why I said I will talk. Anytime these guys come, I'm talking to them in front of everybody. I am not having no private conversations with none of them. I don't trust none of them. And Dr. Sabi, who's the healer, came to that conclusion about Al Sharpton, Jesse Jackson, Maya Angelou. Who was the other one? Oprah Winfrey.
Oprah Winfrey. Yeah. None of them.
So they don't care. So now what is your other option? Stop being Black, get white. When they start pushing Black, like Essence likes to push the Black, what's that thing they have with the women every year down in New Orleans, and everyone goes down there for the Essence Awards? That stuff got to stop. If they're not going to change that, they're keeping y'all in bondage. And again, thank Kanye West. He told the truth. He said that the Black entertainers can't do anything because they're in slavery. So there you go.
Yeah, admitted it. Yeah. So, yeah, you can't mix the two.
Yeah.
So,
they all try to do it. They can't. They'll fail. They're going to fail. That will not get off, especially after what happened tonight. That will not get off the ground. Anybody who goes there is a fool, is stupid, needs to be abused. And I hope they I hope Mbutu and Taharka take full advantage of you for any fools that go up into that temple.
Yeah.
Clear?
Clear. Have you good do. I just wanted to pass it on.
Have you good do it. Sa. Oh, you put your question in the chat? Okay, let's see here. Didn't Mbutu do an affidavit against MSTA? As far as yeah, I think he did, and he came looking like an MSTA thug.
Yeah, I was saying Taharka came looking like an MSTA thug with his Circle 7 leather jacket.
Against MSTA, if I recall correctly, he did. He had to do one before. So now for him to open a temple after he did an affidavit against them, I just gotta wait. I wait for them to open the temple up, and then when everybody sees the fraud that he did, ain't nobody gonna trust him. Those are religious people. That's what religious people do, because he's probably trying to take a page from the Satanic Bible, where they realize that they can thrive, and this is what the MSTA has in common with the Church of Satan and the Satanic Bible in that, and as well as the Catholic Church, is that they thrive off of hypocrisy. That's their success. Hypocrisy is their success. So he can be a hypocrite and be successful. People will come to that. So if that happens, it happens. but we'll have the facts. We have all the information there. I doubt that very much that that's going to be successful now that this has been released, or will be revealed.
That's like clearly a double agent.
Yeah. So I give them rope. They hang themselves each and every single time, and then when they put themselves where they need help, nobody will help them. So I gave both of them. I'll give them, well, Taharka hung himself, and what's his name, and Butu. I'll give him all the rope he wants. Clear?
Sure.
Michael, go ahead. The last one.
You kind of answered my question. I was about to say it seemed treasonous to me. If you were emperor, it seemed like he would be put to death. Because that was totally wrong what he did to me. That's how I saw it.
I'll let the ancestors deal with him. He's not even worth me doing anything on that level. It's all eyes have seen. So there's nothing. Everything is in motion. I don't have to do anything.
It shot itself in the foot. In other words.
Yeah. Everyone sees. Everyone's saying it's wrong. You're saying, hey, that was wrong. How could you do this? And it's like now that that's why I said walk in the light of the sun. So everybody has seen this. There's nothing that needs to be done. They've already what you call written their own sentence based on their actions. So nothing they don't have to do anything.
I try to no matter where I go, I try to bring you up. I say, have you seen the chief videos? Look, I got my own cards. I wrote your name and information on the back of my card. So every time I give out my card, I'm giving out, your information. Oh,
beautiful. I appreciate that. You there?
I don't know what I just did. I just pushed. Oh, okay. I'm good with the phone. I'm really. If I didn't see you on here, I wouldn't use the same. Because I look at it as my enemy too.
Oh yeah, you're saying too much. They're chopping you up.
Oh, okay. I don't know what's.
No, you're good, but they're chopping. It's just the connection. The sound is that they're chopping you up.
I just wanted to let you know. That I got my cards and I hand them out to people that with your information and I'm a sheet metal mechanic. So
okay, sheet metal. Okay. Right. Much appreciated for that.
I appreciate you, Chief. Have a good day.
Have you a good day. Let's see. Guadalupe statement. He couldn't handle it, and yes, he was ready to run. He was in his car. It's self-evident. These guys, like I said, it could be him, polite. It could be who's the other one that was revealed? Ali Muhammad. These guys ain't serious, man. It's an act. They're actors. Yusuf. If anybody saw when I was on Yusuf Ali's show, or Yusuf L down in Atlanta, and saw how he acted, Taharka acted the same way that Yusuf L acted when I called him. And then he put the challenge out, I answered it, and he said, okay, I'll give you 5 minutes. Okay, great. So as I'm starting to explain, hold on, I'm gonna stop you there. I said, I thought you just said you were giving me 5 minutes to explain why you cut me off. Okay, yeah, I did say that. Okay, yeah, go ahead. You got 5 minutes. That's the game, these guys. That's finesse masters. So, as always, stay white, stay bright, walk in the light of the sun as if all eyes can see. This will be, it's a classic already. I'm going to finish up right now, but this is a classic. This will be a very educational point, and this is what we started with back, years ago. We are not going to allow any of this fraud on Turtle Island. And the reason why this stuff is happening is because the people who go to these Moor science temples and all this stuff, they aren't saying anything. Then when they get damaged, they call me or call somebody else for assistance. So I'm going to close here with, this is Supplication 25 out the Gold Book. If you don't have the Gold Book, please put in the chat if you don't have it, and we'll make sure that you get the PDF of it. and I'm going to read supplication 25. Timta, Abdur Kulsha, Yuat Biwasam Shilpa Timta, Ya Enli Wahidat, Minu Atharabana, Nuk Dur Gabul Pa Amur, Dik Entutin Natagta, Alani Liya, Nazuf Fug Pa Basukh Suniba, Bi Pa Lau Na Kun Jalulat, Jahulat, Ya Rabbi, Nuk Entutin, Leah Sanub, Leah Sawun, Yoduk, Aru Ni, Leah Shalut, Pa Keta, Shil Pa, Lakulat, Shil Hayudi, Esmuni, Hayuhi, Rabbi, Wa, Iza, Nuk, Dur, Khatu, Gashu, Faruj, Hadusuk, Barukat, Wa, Ghafur Is, Ala Ni, Entutin Athapa Fakut, Wahed, Dik Yakul, Rafur Ni Amma, Hagun, Tabat, Shil Nitir Aferti Atumre, Wafi Isumuk, Nuk Sofa Taumid Dawum. O heavenly ones, who are our sustainers, I do accept the duty that you have lain on me to clean up the filth made by the non-submitting fool. O my sustainer, I beseech you to keep your hand over me, to control the strings of the courses of my life. My sustainer, and if I do wrong, please shower your divine blessings and forgiveness on me. You are the only one that can raise me as a true follower of Netir Aferti Atumre. And in your name, I will always carry on. Atumre, Atunre, Amunre, Amun. Abud Gadur, Abud Gadur, Abud Gadur, everyone.
Abud Gadur, Abud
Bye, beautiful. So, did you get my message?
Gave that MMS. I always decided that message meant for some everybody.
It's okay. Abukadur, yeah, white power.
Appreciate it, Priya.
Yes. Congratulations on the
Just
baby,
read
too.
it.
Good night,
Thank you.
everybody.
Go ahead.
Good night, guys.
Yes.